warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 6th International Conference on Science, Education and Technology, or ICOSETH 2024. It's an honor and precious opportunity for me, Sabrina Devinta, to be the Master of Ceremony of this international conference. Before we go any further ado, please allow me to greet the honorable guest for today. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Sebelas Maret, the Vice Rector for Academic and Research Universitas Sebelas Maret, Profesor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSI, MSI. The Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Dr. Imam Sujadi, MSI. The Vice Dean of Academic and Research, Dr. Painirma Yunita Indrianti, SPD, MSI, MSc. The Vice Dean of Non-Academic Affairs, Dr. Yuyun Estianto, STMT. And the Vice Dean of Student and Alumni Affairs, Professor Dr. Slamet Subiantoro, MSc. And to the Honorable our keynote speakers, Professor Peter Charles Sinclair Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia. Assistant Professor Dr. Niwas Srisawasti from Khon Kaen University, Thailand. Professor Sylvia Wen Yu Lee from National Taiwan Normal University, Taiwan. And Dr. Imam Sujadi, MSE from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. Also, a warm greeting to our moderator for today's conference, Dr. Ari Syahidul Siddiq, SPD, MPD, and Munir Ramli, SP, MSE, ETT. The distinguished guests, and of course the all committee and the participants who attend in this event offline and online as well. Before we commence our agenda today, allow me to give you the schedule of today's event. First, registration and opening. Second, national anthem. Third, welcoming remarks. Fourth, the first plenary session. Fifth, second plenary session. Sixth, parallel session. And the last one is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the theme of the role of information and technology in science learning in the era of Society 5.0, the ICOSETH 2024 is aimed to be a forum to accommodate researchers, academics, government and other stakeholders to share perspectives related to educational innovations seen from the perspective of Society 5.0. That's why we're glad to welcome all of you to this discussion at the ICOSETH 2024. We hope this conference will be insightful and engaging to all of you. First of all, this event will begin with the rendition of the national anthem. Now, I kindly ask to every one of you to sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. The audiences, if possible, please raise or please be in a proper position.
Sanalah aku berdiri.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Distinguished guests, we are proud to present the Golab Manis dance, which will be performed by UPKD FKIP UNS. So, without any further ado, please welcome UPKD FKIP UNS. UNS for the great performance. The next agenda is welcoming speech by our esteemed chairperson, Professor Sulistyo Saputra, MSc, PhD. To Professor Sulistyo Saputra, the time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for everyone for being here with us today. We are very pleased to welcome you in this annual international conference held by Doctorate Program of Natural Science Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sebelas Maret. Before we get started, I would like to express my gratitude and sincere appreciation to all of you who generously have us make this event come together to become a success. The Honorable our Rector, Professor Hartono, Vice Rector for Academic and Research, Professor Fitria Rahmawati, our Dean, Dr. Imam Sujadi, Vice Dean for Academic and Research, Professor Dr. Pait Norma Yunita Indrianti, ya, insya Allah, Professor. And then Vice Dean for Human Resource or Non-Academic, Dr. Yuyun Estrianto, the Vice Dean for Student Affairs and Alumni, Professor Slamet Subiantoro, our honorable speakers, Professor Peter Charles Sinclair Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia, Assistant Professor Niwat Sri Sawasdi, from Konkan University, Thailand. Yeah, thank you for being here. Please enjoy during stay in Solo. And then Professor Sylvia Wen Yu Lee from National Taiwan Normal University, Taiwan, and Dr. Imam Sujadi from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sebelas Maret University. And also our distinguished participant, which I am proud of you. In today's conference, the theme is the role of information technology in science learning in the era of Society 5.0. This theme is both timely and relevant. In this context, it becomes crucial for us as educators and also researchers to rethink and transform the way science is taught and learned. The information technology offers endless opportunities to make science education more engaging, accessible, and impactful. By integrating the science learning, by integrating our technology into science learning, we can better to prepare future generation to solve the complex problem, complex challenge, and thrive in an increasingly digital world. This conference serves as a platform for us to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore how information technology can play the role in shaping in the future of science education, especially as we transition into Society 5.0. We are proud to be able to host it here by hybrid meeting. But I hope that this conference will be value-adding to all, highly educative, and contribute to existing knowledge, pragmatic and memorable for us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Sulistyo Saputra, for the outstanding speech. The next agenda is opening remarks by the Rector of UNS, represented by Vice Rector for Academic and Research, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Professor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, SSI, MSI. To Professor Dr. Fitria Rahmawati, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and all of the Vice Deans, Head of Doctorate Program of Natural Science Education, and the Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Peter Sinclair Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia, Assistant Professor Dr. Niwat Sri Sawasdi from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, Professor Sylvia Wen Yuli from National Taiwan Normal University, and to Dr. Imam Sujadi from Universitas Sebelas Maret. The Honorable all of the conference committee and all of the participants. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us a good and healthy condition to attend this conference, the 6th International Conference on Science Education and Technology, ICOSETH 2024. On behalf of Universitas Sebelas Maret, I welcome you all to this prestigious event, which will be conducted in hybrid mode. This conference is annually organized by the Doctorate Program of Natural Science Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, as an event for students and researchers to disseminate their research achievement and to publish their work. And today's conference provides a theme of the role of information technology in science learning in the era of Society 5.0. It is important for university to adapt the progress of information technology into the learning method to strengthen academic excellence and enhance graduate competitiveness. It is also important for lecturers and all of the professors to be aware of the progress of IT development. As we know that recently the AI evolved massively to the education era. Information technology offers opportunity to make science education more engaging, accessible, and impactful. Therefore, by integrating this information technology into science learning, we can better prepare future generations to solve complex challenges and thrive in an increasingly digital world. This conference serves a platform for us to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore how information technology can play a pivotal role in shaping the future of science education, especially as we transition into Society 5.0. I do believe that this conference will provide positive impact on strengthening knowledge of all academic societies who participate in this conference through some specific speech that will be delivered by the invited speakers. The positive impact to initiate and strengthen collaboration between Universitas Sebelas Maret and other universities, whether in Indonesia or universities abroad. By reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference, the 6th International Conference on Science Education and Technology, ICOSETH 2024. Thank you to the Thank you to Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and to the Doctorate Program of Natural Science Education who have arranged this conference very well. Have a good academic environment, sharing knowledge each other, and having a fruitful discussion. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Fitria, for opening the ICOSETH 2024 officially. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before moving forward to the next agenda, we are pleased to inform to the representative of the rector, the board of the Universitas Sebelas Maret, and all the speakers to have a photo session on the stage. And also for the participants who join in the Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera. Kepada para peserta, dipersilakan untuk bergabung kepada Bapak Ibu yang sedang ada di depan untuk mengadakan foto bersama. Very well. Now we move to the main session, which is the first plenary session. The session will feature two esteemed keynote speakers who will delve into their respective fields of expertise, providing valuable insights and sparking meaningful discussions. In this session, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Niwasisawasti from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, and Professor Sylvia Wen Yu Lee from National Taiwan Normal University, Taiwan. This session would be led by Dr. Ari Shahidul Siddiq, SPD, MPD, one of the lecturer of Chemistry Education Department, Universitas Sebelas Maret. So, without any further ado, please welcome Dr. Ari Shahidul Siddiq, SPD, MPD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Vice Rector of Academic and Research, Professor Fitria, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Imam Sujadi, the Vice Dean of Academic and Research, Dr. Faid Nurma Yunita, the Vice Dean of Non-Academics and Affairs, Dr. Yuyun, Vice Dean of Students and Alumni Affairs, Professor Dr. Slamet Subiantoro, the Head of Doctorate Program of Natural Science Education, Professor Sulistyo Saputro, and all of the lecturers from Universitas Sebelas Maret, and our special guests, Professor Anna Permanasari and Professor Indarini from Universitas Pakuan, Professor Ida Kanyawati and Professor Ida Hamida from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and also all of the participants that already attend here at a tower, UNS Tower, and attend virtually in the Zoom meeting. Thank you very much for your coming. And it's an honor for me to serve you as a moderator for the first plenary sessions here that will be moderator for Assistant Professor Dr. Niwa Sri Saswadi and Professor Sylvia Wenyuli. Before we start our plenary sessions today, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Assistant Professor Dr. Niwa Sri Saswadi. For the first speaker, we have Assistant Professor Niwa Sri Saswadi from Konkan University, Thailand. His current academic position is Assistant Professor and current administrative positions, President, Digital Education and Learning Engineering Association in Thailand 2024, Head of KKU or Konkan University Smart Learning Academy in Konkan University, Thailand, Chief of Technology or CTO, Learning Engineering and Development in 2018 until now, and past administrative positions. He also Deputy Dean, Faculty of Education, Konkan University, Thailand from 2019 until 2022. Acting Deputy Director of Konkan University Demonstration Schools International Division in 2019 and 2022. And Deputy Director of Institute of Learning and Teaching Innovations in Konkan University, Thailand in 2015 until 2018. And for the educations, Assistant Professor Niwa Sri Saswadi get his PhD from Mahidol University Graduate Schools from 2005 until 2009, and from Konkan University 2022 until 2002 and 2004, getting science education master degree, and for the bachelor degree from Konkan University also from 1999 until 2002, bachelor degree in secondary educations. And he also have an honor and award for 2024, have gold level outstanding faculty researcher, Faculty of Education, Konkan University, Thailand, outstanding educational invention and innovator, Faculty of Education, Konkan University, Konkan University annual honorable alumni, annual outstanding faculty award, gold medal researcher award, annual outstanding KKU alumni, outstanding alumni for academic, National Outstanding Researcher Award, Thailand Council of Deans of Faculty of Education, High Caliber Education Research, Faculty of Education, Konkan University, and many more. And for the scholarship, he also have so many scholarship. And for the Edge Index for the researcher, he also have Edge Index for the Scopus 17. And for the WAS is 13. Area of specializations, he have digital educations, technology enable active learning, technology enhanced science educations, integrated STEM educations, technological pedagogical content knowledge. So without further ado, we welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Niwa Sri Saswadi. Okay, Assistant Professor Dr. Niwa, thank you very much for your willingness to join with us here. Yes, the time for your speech is around 30 minutes for speech and 15 minutes for question and answer sessions. Okay. The time and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ali. So could you please open my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, my slide, sorry. I will try this. No. How to... Okay, first I would like to thank the deans, the vice deans, the chairmen, and all the participants for the ICOSETH 2024. So today we'll share my experiences and the body of knowledge on the digital learning ecosystem 5.0, because the theme of the conference is the roles of the information technologies in the society 5.0. So we will focus on that term, and I will share my experiences on how could we apply the digital technologies in science education for preparing tomorrow's citizen. Is a very important topic. Okay. So the first big idea I would like to discuss with you guys when people talk about the society 5.0. So they also talk about the next gen education. It's probably the version 5.0 as well. So, So when we discuss about the society 5.0, this idea was prepared in the 5th Science and Technology Basic Plan from the Japan. And this idea refers to a human-centered society in which economic development and the resolution of the social issues are compatible with each other through a highly integrated system of the cyberspace and physical space. The key from this idea is the fusion of the cyberspace and the physical space and the values of the human-centered approach for the society development. That's the key idea that we can extract from the Society 5.0 proposed by Japan society. Regarding to the Education 5.0 proposed by the World Economic Forum, this incorporates very well with the Society 5.0. The Education 5.0 taxonomy consists of the comprehensive set of the aptitudes. So this framework, they focus on the provisions of the learning competencies, not just the learning outcome separated by the knowledge, skills, attitudes, but they try to do it in the comprehensive set of the competencies. So that's a focus one on the educational 4.0 proposed by the World Economic Forum. And after that, they also mentioned the roles of the artificial intelligence technologies in education. So we can extract the key ideas. They discuss about how the AI can improve the quality of education in the version of the 4.0. So they mentions on the teaching methodologies, personalized learning experiences, and also the streamlined administrative task for teachers. The AI could assist how can we teach the student for particularly for the next generation learners. So this is a very important idea that we can learn from the education 4.0. According to the framework, so I extract the key takeaway from the Society 5.0 and the Education 4.0 framework. There are 4 key components for the new gen education. The first 2 components are human-centered approach. Oh, sorry. Okay. The first 2 components are the human-centered approach obtained from the idea of the Society 5.0. The second one is the physical cyber learning spaces. This is a very important component to get the next-gen education. The other 4 components came from the Education 4.0 proposed by the World Economic Forum, including learning competencies, content for learning, learning experiences, and the AI technologies. Those 4 components are really important when we think about how could we design and develop the next-gen education. According to the framework, so I try to crystallize the idea how, in practice, how could we create the new kinds of the learning ecosystem to address both the Society 5.0 and the Education 4.0. So this is an emerging framework that I extract from the frameworks, and there are 4 components to be the digital learning ecosystem 5.0. It consists of the human-centered approach. That's very important. How could we use the learner at the center of the designs and development? And the physical cyber spaces, how could we provide them the learning seamlessly when they learn from the physical space and the cyber space? And the artificial intelligence technologies, those 3 are in line of the principle of the digital education. Another 3 components is about learning competencies, content of learnings, and learning experiences. Those 3 components are in line of the principles of the learning engineering. How could we prepare them the personalized learning experience, how they can learn the specific content regarding to their learning profile, and also how could we improve the learning outcome for being the competencies. So those 3 components are also very important. The second big idea for my talk is about initial research on the next-gen education. So this is an example how could we do the research in order to design and develop the digital learning ecosystem 5.0. So this is the first part. We focused on the human-centered approach. So when we discuss about the human-centered approach, it came from the fields of the computer science. They talk about the human-centered interaction. When we try to apply the digital technology in learning, how could the human can interact effectively with that material? So they are 2 important words in terms of the HCI, research and development. They call the user interface, UI, and also the user experience, UX. So we can use this kind of the idea in order to develop the learning material by using the human-centered approach. Next is an example in my research that we try to use the human-centered approach to develop the digital learning ecosystem. So in this work, we develop the mobile application for the student. They can learn science outside the school effectively, not just only take a look outside the school, but we try to provide them the meaningful learning experiences right there. So in this work, we design the mobile application that they can identify the subjects or the matter outside the school in a natural setting, and then they can share with other students even for the same class or other class. And then they don't need to go to investigate that side for all students, but every student can bring the data back together. So this is the idea that we try to use the human-centered design approach. Okay, in this study, we implement with 3 levels of the student. We implement the digital learning material with the elementary school student and secondary school student. And also the university student, we try to use the multi-user centered design. Not just design for just only one group, but we try to cover all levels of the learners, and that the way that they call the user-centered design approach, we can use that kind to develop the digital learning material. So in this study, we do the 3 phases. We test with those students. So we try to get the feedback and result from that research. How could we provide the elementary school, the kid, to learn by using that application? How could we support the secondary school student to learn with outside the school by using the app? And also the university, because they need the different kinds of the interaction. So this is a human-centered approach to develop the learning materials. And we found that from this study, they accept to use the technologies for the in-field scientific investigation, but with different kinds of interaction. So we get the result from how often they use the mobile application, what is the difficulty part for their learning experiences, and what they need to learn with the application. So we get the feedback from the result and revise the mobile application to fit with the learners. This is another case that we try to use the human-centered approach. So when we develop the digital learning material, like in this study, we developed the digital game. So we try to take a look deeper on their brain activities, but we cannot measure how the brain works. So we try to use eye tracking, monitoring. So when they interact on screen with the digital game, so you can see the color around here. So they pay attention on the different part of the screen. So we try to extract how the brain works by measuring the eye movements. When they focus, when the eye fixed on any specific area, so how long. So we can convert that kind of the eye activity to explain how the brain works when they interact with the digital learning materials. This is also another way that we focus on the human-centered approach. This is the second study that we focus on the integration of the AI technologies and also providing them with the physical cyber learning spaces. In this study, we trained the in-service teachers to know how can they use the digital technologies to support the science learning in school and outside the school. So we use the AI like this. Before they come to train with us, we diagnose their knowledge first. So we can know individual knowledge before they come to train with us. And after that, the AI engines will customize the individual content to them. So this task is quite difficult for the human teaching because we have the one lesson plan, but we try to address all the students. They may have 10 differences for their learning. So how could we address all of the individual differences? This is a very challenging task. So we use the AI technology to support by diagnosing them first and then customize the content to individual students. So but in this study, we train the in-service teacher for using the technology in the STEM learning. what we diagnose when they come to train with us, we diagnose the conceptual ecologies. We use the TPAC frameworks, the content knowledge, the pedagogical knowledge, and the technological knowledge as a platform for diagnosing the teachers. So when we know they are good already on this kind of the knowledge, but they lack of this kind of the knowledge, so the engine will also diagnose their learning style, how they learn best with the system, and also diagnose the specification of the mobile devices. We combine all those three factors, and then the AI will computerize what could be their learning pathways. So they learn differently on the training. So we can use this kind of the system to support the student learning as well. They didn't learn the same content. They didn't learn the same by using the same experiences, but they learn differently based on their own learning profile. So this is the way that we integrate the AI technology to support their learning in physical and cyber spaces. This is an example that we train the teachers to use the technology in the STEM class. We train them in the physical learning spaces. We like on-site training. We give them the ideas and we allow them to practice with the digital learning material in the training site. But after that, we allow them to interact with the AI-powered learning system by themselves, probably at home or in the training site, that's fine. So, and then when they know what kind of the knowledge or the skill they have, what kind of they lack, so they will come to attend the physical learning space again, specifically on the thing that they lack. So it doesn't mean all the people will learn the same thing, you know, but we have the tool to help them. Like the doctors, when you go to meet the doctors, you have some painful in your stomach, you didn't know what happened to you. The doctor will ask you a series of questions, right? And then they try to diagnose what happened to your stomach, and then they select the appropriate treatment to you differently based on the peoples. So the AI engine did the same thing, but in terms of the learning and the teaching. In this slide, you know, when we try to motivate adults to learn, we think about how could we pick up the right theories. We have the two terms in education, the pedagogies, and another term is andragogies. So when we try to help the student to learn, the pedagogy is a famous one that we try to pick up, and we select the teaching method for them. But when we teach the adults, it's not easy like the young generation learner. So we use the andragogical principle to support when they train the adult, that is the in-service teachers or the teachers. So the TPAC framework could be integrated with the andragogical principle. So we found that it works better when we train the adult for learning something. So this is the idea that we try to combine the physical space and the cyber space, and we pick up the theory that can support specifically for the adult learning. As you can see on the screen, so we use the cyberspace first, and then they know what they have, they know what they lack. And after that, we come to trends on the physical space, and it's customized for every teachers or every trainees. And after that, they monitor us again on the cyber learning space. If they feel not enough to learn, they can go back on the physical learning space again. That's why we try to do it seamlessly, physicals and cyber space at the same time. And we found that they gain the better knowledge of using the technology to support the science learning. Another three component is about the learning competency. In this study, we focus on the competencies of the technology integration, and the content of learning is circular plastic economy, and also the citizen inquiry as a learning experience. So in this study, we have the project with the University of Maret at UK, and we try to, I think everyone know about the inquiry-based learning, right? But most of the inquiry-based learning, they suggest us to apply in the school time. So how, when they bring them out from the school time, so what should be the appropriate inquiry for their learning outside the school? So the idea from the UK researcher, they mentioned about the citizen inquiry. They can do the inquiry as they are citizen, not just they are student, but they are also the citizen at the same time in some village, in some city. So we use the citizen inquiry as a platform for train them how to learn science outside the school. In this study, as you can see in the slide, that used to be, how to say, it is the mountain of the plastic waste. Not just really the land, but actually it's a mountain, a big mountain. In my city, it's in Kongan. The people use plastic every day, particularly for during the COVID-19 pandemics, they use the plastic a lot, and then they have no idea how to handle that problem. So it's a big mountain of the plastic, and they try to burn the plastic and convert it to be the electric energies. So when we teach about the polymers and the plastic in the school class, they might know this is a polymer, this is a monomer, this is a plastic made from the polymers, but they didn't concern when we should use it, how could we handle with this kind of the waste? So we bring them to learn outside, we bring them to learn with the mountain of the plastic bed right there. And we design a series of the learning station. Each station they learn on the different concept. So, for example, in the learning station 1, they learn about the scientific knowledge regarding to the polymers and the plastic, and also we hook them with a question that get them concerned more on the plastic waste. And after that, they can turn to the learning station 2, that they learn about how can they count the plastic waste items scientifically. So they can improve the skill on the science and mathematics right there with the real things, with the real problems. And the learning station 3, we train them about the technology skill, how could they use the 360-degree video to capture things around them, to capture the real problem around them. And also the next station is about how can they use the drone technology to capture things from the eagle eye views from the sky, because they cannot walk around the mountain, the big mountain, right? So we just fly drone right there and take them to see the real problem from the eagle eye views in the sky. So we design the different learning station on the press. And after the training, so we take a look closer, how can the trainee use the citizen inquiry with the technological integration on the topic of the circular plastic economy. So this is a research that the trainee, they conduct by themselves. They use the application for the student, and students go to observe their own communities, and then they identify the plastic waste, where is this, what kind of the plastic right there, so how can we do like a recycle, how can we reduce the amount of the plastic, how can we refurbish the plastic to be other items. So they will identify by using the application like it. And others trainee, like this other trainee, she's right here, Anki. So after the training, so she learned how to use the 360-degree video to provide the student learning. You know, before we bring them out to the plastic waste disposal site, we will allow them to learn this first, probably at home or in school, to know which part is an important area that they could do the scientific investigation before they go there. So this is the one thing that we prepare them like a self-regulated learning before they go to do the inquiry in fields. But this kind of the material, they can see the real thing from the drone technologies. They can also see the information, necessary information for their scientific investigation on the plastic waste disposal site. This, we address the component of the technology integrations and the citizen inquiry approach as well on the topic of the circular plastic economy. The third big idea is about how could we implement the digital learning ecosystem 5.0 in the real study. So I would like to discuss about a case of the KKU Smart Learning Innovation that we developed on the Konkan University. Based on this idea, so we designed the learning ecosystem for the teachers and the learners. You can see here, you know, in Thailand, almost every student, they have the mobile devices, but in some schools, didn't have even the scientific device. I mean, like a Sebelas that we discussed yesterday, or even the beakers. So some schools, they didn't have that kind of the scientific material, but they did have the mobile phone. So the way how could we turn the mobile phone to be the learning partner, not learning devil. We say try to be the learning partner from them because they have it, but they use it just YouTube or Line or WhatsApp or Facebook. So we try to turn that device to be the learning partner for them. So you can see on the slide, we implement the application that support them to develop the scientific explanation competencies. They can observe the real lab and then they can record what happened right there and then they share to the teacher. The teacher can monitor their learning enhance. I mean not after the lesson, but enhance. And if the teacher can monitor, are there any misconception with the student, they can remedial successfully. We don't try to remedial the learning after the class because for the next class, they have to move to another content. So we try to address that right there, successfully, and try to monitor and treat them appropriately in the class. So we can do that technology to support the learning process. Based on our research findings, so we propose the smart science learning like this. The teachers, we have 7 components for the digital learning ecosystem in the KKU Smart Learning Innovation. The teacher will have to train themselves before they come to the school. We hope that we will come to the school, we will come to the class with the TPAC knowledge. And after that, they can monitor the student learning real time, enhance. The student can do the scientific experimentation with the support of the smartphone or the mobile devices, as well they can learn from the sensor technologies, the simulation. If they didn't have the real scientific materials, they can share the idea to their friends in the class, and also the teacher can monitor what have they learned and what should they learn real time in the class. So this model comes from the research finding that we implement for 5 years. And for this project, as the Konkan University located in the northeastern region of Thailand, so for this project, we initiated on the 2016 And after that, the Thai government support our implementation in 20 provinces, all the provinces located in the northeastern region of Thailand. This site close to the Lao PDR and the Cambodia. So we have almost 205 schools involved in this project, and the science teachers is around 1,049 teachers trained how to teach with the technologies, and also the supervisors and students and also the school principal involved in this project. I would like to confirm that the digital learning ecosystem 5.0, it could be happen. Even they don't need to have all of them need to have all the mobile devices, but we can support the learning. In the same time, we train them to have the digital literacy. You know, the one thing in Thailand right now, the people will get a call from someone. We didn't know who is that one, but they might talk to you, okay, transfer your money to this account. This is a very big problem in Thailand right now, and even the government have no idea how to solve that problem because the call is not inside the country. Sometimes they from other countries, but they call for the some Thai people to transfer their own money to the bank account. So that's why we try to use the digital learning ecosystem to support their learning in science, not just only the scientific knowledge or principle that they should learn, but also they should have the literacies of the technologies, and as well they learn about information literacy. We hope that they just not learn science, but they can use science in their daily life, in the real community, and in the futures. Thank you very much. That's all of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Niwat. Exactly 30 minutes. Okay, for the next session is question and answer sessions. I would like to invite you for the participant here that attend in the Zoom meeting and here in UNS Tower to ask directly to Dr. Niwat. Is there any participant have questions? Okay, for the first questions, Dr. Murni Ramli, and the second questions, please, and the third questions. The committee, could you please to send the microphone?
Thank you very much for the nice presentation and really interesting idea about the digital learning ecosystem 5.0. So my question is, I wonder how do you put the issue of this kind of learning in the curriculum of the pre-service teacher training? And also want to know about the participants of the project that you work on. Is it the regular students? I mean, for example, we are here, most of us is from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. So is it the teacher candidates, or you also work with the in-service teachers? So we want to know about the PD training or the professional development training that you serve with them. And the second idea, I don't know, is it possible to do or not, but I'm thinking about the issue of plastic is not only in Konkan, but also in everywhere, especially in Surakarta, close to this campus. So we have also the issue of our waste disposal area. So I'm thinking that we also can adapt your learning process with our students, and later on maybe we can do sharing presentation between your students and also our students, and also maybe some students from other universities in Indonesia about how to think about the plastic issue as one of the I think world issue in the sustainability issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Murni. And you directly.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for your questions, amazing questions. So in terms of the researchers, if we do this kind of the research only ourselves, it's very difficult to transfer to the pre-service teachers or the in-service teachers. So right now we just start, I have I am the one who get involved into the, how to say, the teacher council of Thailand, something like that. They try to establish a national framework. How could the teachers, how could the educators apply or use the digital technology in school? You know, in Thailand, they have several projects that they try to use the technology in school, but they did the different approach. So, for example, right, some private company, they would like to support the education in Thailand. They use the technology to train the in-service teachers and the pre-service teacher based on the approach. But for the government, they did on the different approach. So the thing is, I think that we can learn from this project is we should establish the framework for school, for the teachers, how should they use the technology in several subjects. So we have the general, we just established that framework probably the 1 week ago before I came here. So we have the meeting, almost the 1 year meetings, start to draft the framework, and for the next year, they hope they will announce the framework to be the guidelines for all the educators. So if we have that kind of the guidelines, so I think we have the framework to work with the in-service teachers. How can they use the technology in science subject and also in other subjects? And also for the teacher education program, how should they train the pre-service teachers for using the technologies in the school education? So I think how could we work with them? So I think the policy guidelines or the framework is very important to get on the same point of the idea. So, yeah, I think I answer your questions.
Sure. The second question is how to adopt this kind of approach in collaboration with some countries.
Okay.
And using reflective project, right, Bu Murni? Okay.
Collaboration.
Because the plastic waste disposal is
It's
global
the
issue, not
it's
for
global
the Thailand.
issue.
Yeah.
So is it possible to do like, I remember we do like that with other university from Japan, that we collaborate, we think about the same issue and we run a same process, but we share the result of the project together.
Yeah, it's really possible if we would like to do work together, because yesterday I discussed this with Ali, so why the ASEAN countries, we work together. So like Indonesia try to improve the quality of education as well in Thailand, but we did this different things. So why don't we have a space that we can work together, like how could we apply the technologies, how could we prepare the digital learning ecosystem for the student in several countries in ASEAN community. So I really hope that one day, I just discussed with Anki and Arun that, oh, why don't we have that chance? So it's very possible if we would like to do the collaborations, and I think we should learn. For example, right, Thailand should learn something from Indonesia's side, as well Indonesia can learn something, how could we apply the technology in Thailand. So how to establish that kind of the collaboration, such as I think it's very possible. Yep. And I really welcome to join, to be your partner, as well Konkan University as well, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. And for the second questions, please.
Okay, thank you, Professor Niwat, for your insightful presentation. My name is Lintang from Simeo Kitab in Science. Actually, my institution have tasks like to assist the teachers in professional development, and we also have like program in STEM learning, professional development, and this developed by from Prof. Ida and Prof. Anna as well. And the interesting from your presentation is about the KKU Smart TPAC application, sir. Actually, most of the applications that you develop is for students, and this application is specifically for in-service teachers. And this application maybe will mostly help my institution to also know what is the teachers' need, and also when we develop our program to give them increasing their competencies. And the question is the application can be modified and maybe can be used for the institution outside from the KQ itself. And when it be used from the other institution, is there any like the subscription fee, or it can be used by free and we can modify the competence, teacher competence according with the Indonesian teacher's competence maybe? Yeah, that's the question. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Bu Lintang. Please.
Yeah, wow, that's a very good questions again. So, as you know, the KKU Smart TPAC, we got support from the government. So that version, we belong to the government. So, however, it's free for the school that involved in the project. So, to be honest, right now, that's why I established the association. In that project, just only the KKU researcher, we get involved in that project. But for the expert, I mean the researcher from other university, they really keen on the teacher professional development, but they have no chance to join our project. So that's why we established the new association, which established this year, that we call the Digital Education and Learning Engineering. We have 5 researchers. We have 5 university researchers work together. You have the researchers from the 5 different universities in Thailand. In the northern is Mae Phah Luang University. In northeastern is Khon Kaen University. In Bangkok is North Technology University and Mahidol. And southern we have Thaksin University. So we try to bring the people who can work on this kind of the project together. So the possibility is if we work on the association, I would say in terms of condition is more convenient than work with just only one university. So right now in the association, we try to produce the smart TPAC platform for the Thai teacher and for free. We have 2 systems. The first system for training the teachers, because the teacher have to know how to teach. But for the student, we have another version. We also use the algorithm of the AI to personalize their learning experiences. The teacher will learn how to teach, but students will learn how to learn science and STEM. So we use the different engines, and it's for free. So we may discuss about it later. So we have in my team, we have not just only educators, we have the computer scientists, we have the computer engineering man work with us. So for producing the system, the most difficult part is the content. So in terms of the transferabilities, if you interest to do this, so we can do the collaborations and do the content in the Indonesian language. We need someone to do the content. But right now we have just only Thai language content for the teachers and for the students. But if you would like to do in terms of the Indonesian language, we need you to support us to do the content in Indonesian language, and it's very possible. So we can discuss it later about it. We really hope that, as I mentioned, that I would like to see the Asian community to be one. I really hope that one day we can share how we educate the teachers, how we educate the young generation on the same goals. So Thank
So
you for the question.
is it possible to do collaboration maybe for developing?
Sure, why not?
Okay, thank
So
you.
we're really eager to have the collaboration, particularly for the country in Asians. That's just our goal for our association.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Lintang, for the questions and Asan for the answer. And the last questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nivati. I have a question according to your presentation that as you have discussed about digital ecosystem learning, so if we are talking about the less developed countries, so how we could implement the policy process for the less developing countries, addressing the aspects of infrastructure, curriculum design, teaching methods, and student engagement. Kindly, if you can address this. Thank you.
Okay. So how can we implement the policy, right? Okay. Okay. In context of Thailand, so we have that word. We have the Ministry of Education as a central for the nation education, right? And we also have the, the educational service area located around the countries. So typically, the teacher, the school, they can follow the national guideline in 100%, or they have a choice. In terms of the policy, they can follow the national guideline probably 70%, and then they can customize the curriculum by themselves regarding to the local communities in another 30%. So that's a policy that implemented in Thailand. But I found that the most difficult thing for them is when they try to create their own curriculum regarding to the local communities. To be honest, it's not like good quality enough for to represent the learning standard and the learning indicators embedded in the national guidelines or the national curriculum. So the thing is, in term policy in Thailand, we have the flexibility for the school and the educational service area to customize their own curriculum. So I think this is a very good policy because on the different areas of Thailand, they should learn something differently. So like, you know, the last time in Thailand right now, we encountered the flooding situation. Flooding in northeastern Thailand, flooding in northern Thailand, but no flooding in some area. So the flooding situation should be a context for that learning. For example, also we encountered the landslide, the very big issue, the landslide from the mountain, the people die right there. So the student on that area, they should learn about that story or that situation. So in terms of the policy, so I think the way that we have the flexible approach for the educational service area on the different areas, I think that's a way that could fit very well when we design or we create a curriculum to address the new generations of learners.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Asan, for your nice presentations. I really like your presentations about personalized learning. Maybe we can talk more after these sessions because Indonesia now have Merdeka curriculum that assess students or diagnose students before the learning conducted. So thank you very much, Asan. You already show us how the human-centered approach and citizen science inquiry combined with technology can enhance and improve student mastery both in content and context. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Give a big applause for Dr. Niwasrisa Swasti.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Asan. We are move forward to the second plenary sessions. We have Professor Sylvia Wen Yuli.
Hi,
Can
good
you
morning.
hear me, Professor?
Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly here.
Okay.
Thank you
Hi,
very
good
much.
morning.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for your willingness to come to join with us here in the 6th ICOSETH. Can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, before we start
Thank you
your
very much.
sessions, I would like to read your curriculum vitae first. We have Professor Sylvia Wenyuli, Distinguished Professor and Associate Dean of College of Education's Graduate Institute of Information and Computer Education from National Taiwan Normal University, NTNU, Taiwan. And now, Professor Sylvia have a PhD in Learning Technology, Master in Science, Learning Technology, and Bachelor degree for Zoology from National Taiwan University. And for recent professional employment, Professor Sylvia is Associate Dean of College of Education in National Taiwan Normal University, Distinguished Professor, Graduate Institute of Information and Computer Education, NTNU, Taiwan, Professor from Graduate Institute of Information and Computer Education, and many more. For the professional awards or research grant, Professor Sylvia have distinguished new Faculty Research Award from National Taiwan Normal University, and Outstanding Faculty Research Award from National Tsinghua University of Education, and also have Ta Yu Wu Memorial Award, Young Researcher Excellent Research Award by Ministry of Science and Technology, Taiwan, and many more. For the selected international peer review journal article or corresponding author, Professor Sylvia already accepted article with the title Curious Interest and Engagement, Unpacking the Rules in Students Learning Within a Virtual Game Environment, and also have more article in reputable international journal. So without further ado, Professor Sylvia, you have 30 minutes time for the presentations and 15 minutes for question and answer. Professor Sylvia, the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ari, for a very nice introduction. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, clearly.
Can you see my PowerPoint? Is that okay?
Yes, Professor. We can see your slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you for inviting me, and I apologize that I cannot make this trip to come in person. I have conducted previously other speech to UNS before. That's during the COVID, and it's my pleasure here to deliver this speech again. And I hope one day I can visit you in person to Central Java in Indonesia. Today my presentation is about virtual reality in science education. First of all, a very brief introduction of myself, that I am currently teaching in NTNU, National Taiwan Normal University. It's in the northern part in Taipei, in Taiwan. And we are the largest university who do teacher education, and also it's among the oldest one who do teacher education. And before teaching at NTNU, I teach in Tsinghua University, where I teach in the science education program. So currently in NTNU, we have, under the structure is a little bit complicated. We have 7 departments, 13 research centers. And the reason for me to show this is because I am teaching in the School of Learning Informatics. It's a new structure under the College of Education. We have 2 graduate schools and also 1 undergraduate program. My position is currently in the graduate School of Information and Computer Education. And we are proud to announce that in 2014, we are the 7th among the best global university for education. That's ranking by the US News. And my current position, that just very brief because Ari already made a very nice introduction. I'm currently the Associate Dean of College of Education. I'm also a co-PI for the 2025 PISA program in Taiwan. In 2025, for those who participate, for a country who will participate in that, 2025 will assess, I should say science will be the major content area that will be assessed in PISA. For my academic services, I'm currently the associate editor for the Educational Technology and Society. And I have been involved in another journal, which is the Contemporary Journal of Science Education. And my research field, research interests, not limited in science education, but also in computer education, including computational thinking, and in the virtual reality, the topic for today. So let's go to the topic, the virtual technologies. My origin was my own experience and also my own interest with virtual technology actually began with this review. That was, I think we started in 2012. That year, it was more than 10 years ago. We thought that was a good time to do a review for AR. And the time that we did the review, we actually did not find that many empirical studies as we expected. So in this review, we also include books. Because, so the background tells us that about 10 years ago, AR and VR, there are some researchers doing research, but it's not as popular as today. So in 2013, we focused on AR. Originally, we want to focus on science education, but we find out again, there are not that many research about AR. So we went back to the framework. So how quick can we provide a framework for researchers to think of AR? And so the question we ask is AR a technology or a concept? So we conclude that viewing AR as a concept rather than a type of technology will be more fruitful for educators, researchers, and also educational designers. And so in this study, when we define AR, we suggest that we should think AR is a technology, a field of research, a vision for future computing, and as a medium for creative experience. And a definition that's useful for researchers is AI is a situation in which the real world context is dynamically overlapped with coherent locations or contexts which are sensitive to the virtual information. And in our study, we propose there are 3 instructional approaches that we should look into when we design AR. And I think this is still valid for today. We still receive a lot of requests in the ResearchGate for providing the PDF for them to refer to these learning approaches. So we suggest to think of in terms of AR for education. There are 3 directions. One is emphasizing the role, for example, using participatory simulation or role playing when using AR. The second is we suggest emphasizing the location. So in that sense, AR will be useful for place-based or location-based learning. And the third one is emphasizing on the task. For example, you can design game-based AR or you integrating problem-based learning into the use of AR. So that is about AR and also my own experience. And that's also my starting point of paying attention to the virtual technology. And in the recent 5 years, we have found out there are a blooming of research in VR, especially in IVR. So let me show you this video, and I hope the sound will go. This one doesn't have a sound, so that would be okay. This video is from a company called Labster. It sounds like a lobster, lobster you eat, but it's lobster, which means they do a lot of VRs for lab. And for science educator, this must be very familiar to you. This is about experiment of the pH, the water quality. So this is starting with how you collect the sample in the river, and then you do the pH meter. You use the pH meter in a lab, and there are certain procedure you need to follow. And you can see in the up left corner, there are some molecules. So in the virtual world, you don't just have the actual things looks like the actual world. For example, the pH meters. You do things as the procedure you do in a lab, but it also included some elements in the virtual world. So you can see the micro level of chemistry, and you also do the macro level of experiment. So when we talk about VR recent years, it's important to understand the taxonomy and also the categories. So they in 2020, a research group, they proposed we can divide it into non-immersive, semi-immersive, or immersive. So today the focus will be on the immersive technology, which is called the IVR. So for the immersive ones, there are different examples, one of which is the cave. Let me see if I can really switch to this video. You probably cannot see it right now. Okay, here we go. This is an example of cave. So cave is using the walls, the ceilings, and the floors to make a virtual realities. It is immersive because you are actually inside a physical environment. And you use multiple projectors. And people still need to use some devices to interact with this environment. And this part I think is very interesting because now they can use hand gestures, different hand gestures to interact with the environment. Okay, because the time is limited, let me switch back. Okay, so cave is one form of immersive virtual reality, and usually it happens in large settings like museums, and also very expensive. And the second one is the lowest cost, which is the one used what's called the Google Cardboard. For those who are familiar with that, it's literally a cardboard, but with two lenses built inside, and you can use your smartphone to put into that cardboard, or it can be plastic. So you can see the very low cost type of virtual reality. This type of virtual reality is also known as the spherical video-based VR, which is called SVVR, which is a 360-degree panoramic photo images. And it usually looks like this on the right side, looks like this. And the third type is called the head-mounted display, which is called the HMD. Commercial examples are like Oculus, it's now called Meta, and or HTC Vive. And this one is a real, it's like a small computer. You wear it on your head, and also it has the two controllers, so you can interact with the virtual environment. this is a game that we recently, one of my students used to do a research, and this is called the Gravity Lab. It has some concept, you use the concept in physics, but it's basically a game too. We are interested in this game, how students use their basic knowledge about gravity, but also how they solve problems. So the student can control the plate and the angles of the balls so they can go into the tube. And in these games, and the white line shows the trajectory of where the balls go. And this is a typical VR game, which is you can interact with the devices inside of the environment. We also use that to assess how well students can solve problems in the virtual world. Okay, so for IVR, why we pay so much attention to that is because we believe that this technology have the following learning importance. It is good for present knowledge special, and also for promoting experiential learning. You can experience something yourself in the virtual world, and also it promotes intrinsic motivation, and also they are more emotionally engaged. And also the most important is it is believed that the IVR can support transfer of knowledge. They can learn something. And usually when people talk about the IVR, there are 3 VR features, which is interactivity, immersive, and also imaginations. And I want to present 2 studies of the VR research trend. This is the study conducted by other people, but I think the trend is quite interesting. This is a study conducted by Randy et al. In 2020. They reviewed 38 studies in higher education of using VR. And most of study they review are published between 2016 and 2018. And you can see by 2020, those studies, most of them, if divided by the domain area, most of them are engineering. And and also engineering and computer science. And there are some applications, I should say some studies, they are about science. For example, astronomy, biology, geography, and also earth science. And among those studies, when they use the IVR, when they design the IVRs, the learning content, most of them are procedural knowledge, which makes sense, like the example that we have seen, doing work in the virtual lab, or you can play games. And so the second most one is declarative knowledge, for them to remember something. And also then following by the analytic and problem solving, and also communication. And this part of the review, I think is very interesting too, is by 2020, those IVR studies in higher education, you can see that most of them do not apply learning theories. And a few of them use experiential learning cycle. And for the evaluation method in those studies, most of them, almost 50%, did not mention their evaluation method. And then some of them using questionnaires, and then some of them use log. And this is another study. This is published in 2021 by Zhang and Wang. And this study focused on science education. And in this study, they reviewed 61 studies following by the literature selection process. And then they reviewed 61 studies. And among the 61 studies, you can see, because this review is about AR, VR in science education. And you can see at primary level, most of the study, the subject area is in biology and then physics. And in junior high school, physics is still the area that have a lot of applications. And in high school, they are almost evenly divided into the subject areas. And so about those, among the 61 studies, so the type of VR and AR technology, you can see most of them are AR. This is a study published in 2021. That means before that, most of study still using AR. And starting having some study using desktop VR and also some using IVR. And for the result, what did they assess? How did the student learn? Among those 61 studies, you can see most of them, they reported on cognition and positive impact, which is the green one. But we still can see some of the study, they have mixed effect. And affection is the next area that being assessed, and most of them are positive, but you can still see some study have mixed effect. I think the mixed effect is actually quite interesting. Today, I'm also going to show you a study that I conduct with my research team. We have mixed result too. And very few introduction about how we develop the VR in our research team. We develop IVR, which is use the Oculus head-mounted devices. So we have two stages. One is the preparation stage, which we analyze the current learning, the science learning materials, and we conduct the teachers focus group. And the next step, we take those suggestions and also the result of our analysis. We started storyboard and the script writing. And then we have the partner who designed the visual part, and also we do the programming for the interactivities in VR. And then the final stage, we test and revise our IVR material many times. And in our design of IVR, we have many key features. One is we use a virtual guide. And also we included embodiment, like fishing is one of the popular embodiment that we included in this IVR. We included 3D objects and 3D animation. This is a 3D model of the water cycle that I believe you have seen in the textbook many times. And also we have embedded assessment in our IVR environment. This is, I apologize that is in Chinese, but this is show you how we started thinking about what content to include it. So we map out the content about water. This project is about water. So all the concept from micro to macro level, including water in the animals, water in the plants. So and also included all different kind of precipitations. So we map out the relationship with the concept, so deciding which to include in our IVR content. And this is the visual design. We decided to divide it into 4 seasons because we can see the change of water in the 4 seasons. And this is a short introduction of our IVR material. Okay, that's a brief overview of our IVR. And so here comes the last part of today's presentation, which is a study that we have conducted by using one of our IVR materials. This study actually, we included two concepts. One is advanced organizers. We use concept map. And the second concept is we call the epistemic curiosities, students' curiosity to the content. So this article is already being published in Computers and Education. This also actually attracts some attention in Taiwan. We have a reporter coming in. They are curious about the results. And I think part is they are very interested is the mixed result that I just mentioned. I will tell you in a minute. So the two concepts, like I said, one is the epistemic curiosity. There are some studies they do student science curiosities, and we just call that in general epistemic curiosity, meaning that's different from the curiosity for their daily life, but related to academic. And the reason we want to study that is of course, first IVR is an environment that we encourage students to explore the environment by themselves. And we find out the curiosity, they have impact on their exploration and persistence in learning. And also, previous studies have found out that curiosity is related to the intellectual development and scholarly achievement. A second concept we include in this study is we call advanced organizer or pre-training, because when we include, in previous study, they find out when they are advanced organizers in the design, they have better academic performance, and also students can actually develop better science process skills and better engagement. So in this study, we propose that we want to examine the effect of using concept map, which is a kind of advanced organizer, on student learning science through the IVR. We also want to explore the roles played by the learner's curiosity and other affective factors in IVR learning environment. And we have two groups. So our research questions are to what extent students from the two groups develop different scientific concepts, and also what are the structural relationships among the epistemic curiosity and affective factors. I see the time is approaching the end, so let me fast up. Let me do it quickly. So the research model is epistemic curiosity will predict students' affective factors in VR and also predict their learning outcomes. We have 74 sixth grade students, and we have to have the student wear the headset one by one. So we collect the data one by one. And so in this application, it's called the Find the Root. It's about science learning about the plants for 4th and 6th graders. And so, like I said, we have two groups. One is the one has the pre-training. We use the concept map, and the other without, which is called the NAO. And students have the same IVR content, and they do a pre-test and post-test. And we use ANOVA and POS SEM for the analysis. And the result find out the group with the advanced organizers, they did better in the science knowledge exam. And we use the structural models to see the relationship between epistemic curiosity, affective factors, and learning outcomes. I want you to pay attention to the lines for this group. The I-type curiosity, which is the interest type curiosity, have the positive impact for the 3 affective factors, but from presence, which is a trademark of IVR, has a negative impact on the learning outcome. So does control and active learning. That's the part of mixed result. And for the NAO group, which does not have the advanced organizers, you can see the same pattern for the I-type curiosity. But what is interesting is, first, it has no impact on scientific knowledge. You can see to the learning outcome, there's no lines go through here. And then in this situation, we find out that D-type curiosity can be used to predict the positive engagement. So let me recap what I said. So for the AO group, this group has better science learning outcomes than the NAO groups. And the patterns we can see in both groups is the I-type curiosity predict 3 affective factors. And also the control and active learning has positive impact on engagement. And then in the AO group specifically, the scientific knowledge can be predicted by the positive emotional engagement. And I think that's why this group also have better science learning outcome. But which is also very interesting is the presence. And so control and active learning have negative prediction to the learning outcome, which is we find out that the more presence in the IVR, less the learning outcomes. And for the other group, the NAO groups, the D-type curiosity is starting to play a role, which did not happen in the other group. The D-type curiosity can positively predict their positive emotional engagement, but none of the variables can predict their learning outcomes. So what we learned is that advanced organizer should be taken into account in future IVR design because we find out can help students to learn more. And also the role of presence, we conclude that if you want students to learn something, the more present is not necessarily a better design. You should consider what is the goal of the IVR materials. Okay, so for today's concluding remarks, this is a framework called CAMELS. It's based on Makrovsky's adult research. So they propose that when you do study about IVR, you should look into the technological factors, the IVR affordance, and the affective and cognitive factors, and finally the learning outcomes. So the research that my team, including my graduate students, have done, that we have found the following. We have done research about the different levels of immersion, starting from the left side of this picture. We find out different level of immersion make no differences. We find out the controlling factors, control and active factors, they result better engagement but less learning outcomes. We find out the presence also have better engagement but also less learning outcomes. Cognitive load is interesting. We just collected data, and the motivation, we find out epistemic curiosity will predict student motivation. And we also find out that through some condition, better design, student can learn something from the IVR. And self-regulation learning, if you include that in the design, they also promote learning in IVR. So what will happen next? So this is a commercial from Apple Vision Pro. So in the future, there will be seamless between digital content and the physical space. I think that will happen in education too. They're becoming a seamless blend between them in the future. So, but here are the considerations for future VR design. Learning first, learning is still the most important, and immersion or presence is second. We should provide learning with relevant interactions, and also we should segment the complex task into smaller ones so students can handle without too much cognitive load. And we need to guide them through in the immersive learning. And finally, we should consider their prior knowledge and existing knowledges. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation. If you have any questions or if you are interested in my research, you can find out in the website. If it's not there, you can email me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sylvia. Give an applause for Professor Sylvia's presentations. It's very interesting presentation, stepping forward from augmented reality to immersive virtual reality to implementing this immersive VR to increase epistemic curiosity, affective factors, and learning's outcome also. And the sessions will have three questions here. For the question and answer session, we have three. Sorry, Professor?
No, you say I have 3 minutes now. Okay, three questions.
15 minutes for question and answer sessions.
Okay.
Just for three questions. Anyone here on the Zoom meeting will ask to Professor Sylvia directly? Okay,
and
first,
I think if anyone...
second,
okay,
and the third. The committee, please, for the first questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Okay, Prof, as a student who study about technology, especially for learning media technology, and I concern in mechanical engineering technology actually, I faced several disadvantages in technology actually. When I developed the technology, particularly for virtual reality technology, in my field, in mechanical engineering, I found some technology in VR, such as welding VR, or lathe machine VR. But when I told my student to use the simulation for welding with VR, and then after that we try the welding in real life, they usually face several issues in their practical. So how can VR support student in learning about this subject? Is there any differences because of the subject? And I'm wondering, is there any particularly characteristic subject that can be supported by virtual reality, or virtual reality can support every single subject? Because I face this kind of issues, so I'm really wondering about this technology. Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. And Professor Sylvia, you can answer the questions. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think that's a very good one. Because the development of VR is actually quite expensive and also very time consuming. So we do not recommend that. So for every subject, for every content you develop VR, it's not necessary. Actually, we are very picky about what content we want to develop a VR for it. And so the simple answer is that, no, I don't think all the content or all the domain areas will need a VR. Actually, VR will be something that they cannot experience in their daily life, or something can be something too small, or something happen too slow or too fast. Those things that you can use VR to help them. And of course, in professional training, because I think the example you give me is about procedural knowledge. In medical education, they also use VR for training their techniques, their procedures. So in that sense, I think it's very important that you need to think about authenticity. Do you want to be authentic? Which part needs to be authentic? In medical education, if procedure is important, you want to mimic the procedure as closely as possible. And if what is authentic is the image or the visualization is important, then you should pay more attention to the authenticity of the visualization. So in that case, I will encourage you to look into the concept of authenticity. That can probably help you to think of, because the problem you mentioned, I think part of the problem is how well the VR itself has been designed. That will make a lot of difference. And also the particular one that you are using, is that better than just teaching students in the real life? If we can just teach them in the real life, then we do not need a VR. And so I think those are the direction you can consider.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Okay. Can I ask?
Yes.
Okay. About the technology, because you are an expert who developed the technology, I'm wondering which more important, student who mastering the competences with the technology, or student who mastering technology but in low competences?
Sorry. So the question is, they mastering in the competence?
Yeah,
for instance, I am as a student in mechanical engineering, so I have higher competencies in welding, but without understand any technology like VR technology, AR technology, and new technology, or I can mastering a new technology, but I have a low competencies in welding. So which more important?
You mean in general for all
in
the
general.
students? In general, I think competence is very important. So competence is something that you can apply to new situation in new context. So competence and also implies that the ability to use the knowledge to solve problems. So my personal view is that I think the competence in general is very important for the student.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Because I really face the issue that my students have a lot of competencies in technology and digital literacy, but they also have a higher competency. So I really afraid that they can follow the developing of technology in this situation.
Okay,
thank you very much.
I think for the technology, we teach them the technology because technology can be useful for them to solve a problems or to use that to, I think solving problems is probably the most important concept. So it's not just to learn the technology, but using the technology for some meaningful purposes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. And the second questions come from our Vice Dean of Academics and Research, Dr. Faid Nurmayunita. Maybe you remember?
Hopefully, Prof. Sylvia remember me, but it's already before the pandemic. Okay, good morning, Prof.
Good morning.
Sylvia. Yes, that's very interesting, outstanding result of your Labster and your virtual reality research. I'm concerning about sometimes we need this virtual reality to attract high motivation from the student, even when they see in the reality not so interesting. When they have these virtual reality tools, the motivation will raise exponentially. But for in Indonesia, this is a very there are big obstacle to have this. Even in university, we don't have this one. In the research, it's only the simple virtual reality tools that we have. So hopefully we can learn more from NTNU in the next project. And the question is about the Labster lab that you have already present. You also include the representation in the sub-micro level when you put the samples. Yes. Is there anything disadvantage or advantages? Even sometimes, when students see, what is this? And then this is only one molecule. It makes it more complicated. It's not too interesting, but just discourage. Just want to know the reason of this integration. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I do remember you. I did a talk online during the pandemic. And so for the question about the Labster, first of all, that's a commercial company. So I actually, I wasn't involved in any of those designs, but I just noticed there's a molecule. So in my imagination is they want to support the student. They can switch between the chemistries that the chemicals they use to do the experiment, and also they can relate to the micro level of the molecules. Yes. I think that's the purpose why they designed that. But in person, I never used the Labster before. I think they can, you can purchase through the university level. They have many college level experiments. So it's a whole set of virtual lab. Yeah. In my own IVR about the water, we do also included the molecule level. We want them to be able to relate to the how does the water looks like when it is in a micro level when the temperature change. So if the molecule is in the river, the water molecule is in the river, or it's a water molecule, it's a snowflake, or it's on the ice. So we all know that the distances between the molecules change when the temperature changes. So we do include that in our own IVR for that purposes. So I think that's go back to in science education, we still want them to be able to switch between the micro level and the macro level of the representations of science. Yeah.
Yes. And the other things that I would like to ask, whether you use the submicroscopic level is go to the senior high school student or junior high school student, but because we know that in junior high school student, they don't have any this abstraction to the submicro level. Should we? Yes. Should we integrate this that's early, or you have any consideration for this?
Okay. So for us, we use that for the first year junior high schools. We check with our science standards, and we actually include that in the junior high school level. We introduced perhaps 1 year earlier, but we think that's something that they can understand. We didn't, because it's just water and the change of the temperature. And so in our experience, they can understand this concept of why the molecules, the distance between molecules look different. And so the phenomena of like the actual look of the water will look different too. They can understand that.
Okay, yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Sylvia.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice discussion.
I can meet you in person.
Yes. I sent email for 2019 after you involved in IVOLZ in biology education, and we corresponded each other, but because you have a schedule at that time, you cannot accept the invitation. Just you have my email in your inbox.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Sylvia.
Yeah.
Okay, we continue to the third or last questions come from Dr. Murni. She is also have already contact you, and maybe you remember Dr. Murni.
Actually, she sent me a nice message after we have the big earthquake in April. Yeah, thank you, Murni.
Hello, Professor Sylvia. Nice to see you again here. So thank you very much for sharing your research. My question is going to the word or the meaning of immersion. So I think when the students get in touch with technology or virtual reality or something like game, they sometimes there is a black hole that we do not know how the student get immersed on how the students learning, how they learn something. For example, in your case, you study about the water. So there are a lot of things. You show us the map of the water that students really need to learn about that things. So I just want to know what the definition or how did you measure the immersion of the students during the application or the implementation of the virtual, your VR?
Okay, thank you. So the question about immersion, actually in the study that I just presented, we did not measure immersion, we measure presence. Presence is a feeling that you feel you are being there. So that you feel you are there, and also you feel that you can do things in that virtual environment. So we find out that that's usually, people say in the IVR environment, you have a very good sense of presence. So for example, you will feel that when you look at, for example, the Great Walls in China, in the IVR, you feel that you are actually in the Great Wall. So that's the sense of presence. And that's actually supposed to be an advantage of the IVR. So we measure students, their self-perceived sense of presence, because in the literature, they say presence can be something that's very subjective to the student. And so we use questionnaires. So the result shows that the more the student feel about the presence in the IVR, actually they less learn. We think that that's because the better sense of presence, they're actually starting to pay a lot of attention to the environment. And in we have another study, we are just putting it together for publication. We find out in the better sense of presence and actually more cognitive load, because they are spending so much energy and attention to the environment, the IVR environment. So presence is not necessarily good for their learning, especially for declarative knowledge. Yeah, and so for immersion, we did another study, which is we use a desktop VR and compare to the headset. So the headset is a fully immersed, and the desktop is not immersed, it's non-immersive. So that one we did not use the survey because the two groups are already at different levels of immersion, the desktop VR versus the head-mounted VR. And the result, we actually find out there's no differences in the level of engagement. There's no differences in their learning outcomes. So in that study, we conclude the level of immersion did not make a difference for them. That's in our own study. Yeah, but some studies, they will find out that immersion will help them to understand the content, but in some others people's immersion. So immersion can be done by design, and I believe that can be also done through assessment. But I personally think immersion is depends on the design. But sense of presence can be measured by asking the participants. So I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sylvia, for your answer. And I believe there are so many questions raised in this room, but the time is up, so we can end these sessions. I would like to say thank you very much, Professor Sylvia, for your willingness to become a keynote speaker here in our 6th ICOSETH. And we hope that you can attend here in another occasion for further collaboration with UNS.
Thank you very much, and thank you for invited me in the past and also this current time. And I hope we can meet in person one time. And I apologize again for this is a busy time that I can travel for many days. And I hope in the future you can come to Taiwan and visit us at NTNU, and we can show you the VR in person.
Okay,
thank you very much,
Professor Sylvia. Big applause for Professor Sylvia.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this session, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you and all of the speakers here for the insightful presentations, and to each of you for your active participation and thoughtful questions. It's been an engaging, enriching discussion, and I believe we have all gained valuable knowledge from today's sessions. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience may have occurred during these sessions. And for close this session, I have a pantun for all of you. The pantun is, walking in surrounding kota Surakarta, catching trains in balapan stations. That's all from moderating Achan Niwat and Professor Sylvia. Hopefully you all enjoy the sessions. Thank you very much, and give back to the Master of Ceremony.
All right, very well. The topic we got here is very insightful. Thank you very much, Dr. Ari, for leading these interesting topics. Our next agenda is the second plenary session. This session will feature two our remarkable speakers who will share the interesting topics and discussion with us. The second plenary session, we have Dr. Imam Sujedi, MSc from Universitas Sebelas Maret, and Professor Peter Charles Sinclair Taylor from School of Education, Maret University, Australia. The session would be moderated by Murni Ramli, SP, MSc, ETG, one of the lecturer of Biology Education Department, Universitas Sebelas Maret. So without any further ado, Please welcome Mrs. Muniramli, SP, MSc, EGG.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Still morning, so good morning, everyone. I hope that you enjoy the previous session, and I don't know, do we still have coffee there? So I think we need to break a little bit to take our coffee and eat some things, because the next session we will discuss also about interesting topics. So we will have the first presenters, Dr. Imam Sujadi. Dr. Imam Sujadi will share with us about the pre-service teacher training, especially how to prepare the science education teachers. And we will also have the second presenter, Professor Charles Sinclair Taylor, Peter Charles Sinclair Taylor from Maret University. But unfortunately, because today Professor Taylor will not join us through the physically and also the online, because I think he is on the flight, on the plane now. His flight from Dubai to Canberra. So he sent us the pre-recorded presentation, so we will see the video of his presentation. So Professor Taylor will talk about the STEM. How to embrace the teachers about arts in STEM, and for develop the students' higher order capabilities for resolving global sustainability crisis. So the theme of two presenters, I think, relevant with the first session. Dr. Imam will talk about how to prepare the science teachers in Indonesia. And Professor Taylor will also talk about how to embrace the teacher. So it means today we are mostly talk about how to improve and also to increase the competencies of the teachers, science teachers especially, to prepare the students to be more get in touch with the real problem. So I hope that this session will also give you more information about the science education, especially the teachers. So first I would like to invite Dr. Imam Sujadi to come with me. Please welcome Dr. Imam Sujadi. Okay, let me just read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Imam. So Dr. Imam Sujadi currently is our dean, the new dean. Congratulations for Dr. Imam. Currently is the new dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. He graduated from mathematics education, and his major is also about mathematics strategy, doing research on mathematics strategy and also mathematics learning method to improve the students' understanding, and also about the student conceptual improvement. So currently Dr. Imam belongs to the research group. I just write down here, the research group of him is innovation, and also innovation for mathematics education, for especially for basic and secondary education. He is doing a lot of work on how to improve the mathematic strategy, teaching strategy, and also some of the learning strategy for improving understandings about math. So we have about 30 minutes, sir, to share your presentation about how to prepare science teachers to the professional teacher program, because previously Dr. Imam Sujadi is also a head of study program for pre-service teacher training or professional teacher program in UNS. So I would like to invite Dr. Imam to share about his thought about the PPG. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Dr. Sulistyo Saputro, Head of Doctoral Program, Natural and Science Education. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to discuss on the seminar. Honorable Ibu Dr. Pait Norma, Vice Dean, Faculty of Teaching and Training Education, Honorable all teachers in doctoral program Natural and Education. I will share the material, the details preparing professional science teachers through professional teacher programs. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin this presentation with two inspiring quotes. Okay, next. Okay, first quote. The quality of teacher is the main focus and the main factor affecting the quality of educational system. Based on this improving the quality of teachers and perspective, teacher receive serious attention from the government. One of them is the implementation of PPG for prospective teacher and those who are already teachers. Okay, two quotes. Online education then can serve two goals. For students lucky enough to have access to great teachers, blended learning can mean even better outcome at the same or lower cost. But and for the millions here and abroad, education, online learning can open doors that would otherwise remain closed. For this reason, PPG is implemented using online and offline system. Next. Education in Indonesian facts that we have population 272 millions and teachers have not been certified and 1.6 million. 1.3 million already a graduate. So that we have a problem why the teachers in Indonesia. Next. Okay. We had conditions during the national assessment in several areas with signal and electricity problem. Dr. Nivet described that why education with digital area. We have many people in many several Indonesia a long way to an allocation and got a good signal. We know that the student when run assessment national, we don't have area on and the area is blank signal, so that if we run the national assessment, we will go to area, but we have new signal. Next. We have any participant must be on the beach on the good signal. Way to go to there to a signal when we have a new area can get assessment national. Okay. PPG in Indonesia have several places. Next. We have 138 teacher education institutions have already appointed by the ministry implement professional teacher programs. Next. Okay. Background. Indonesia has 17,000 islands, hundreds of ethnic, several local languages, diverse culture variety, and diverse religions. Fulfillment and equality in terms of both the number and quality of teachers is a national problem that needs to be solved in Indonesia. This presentation discusses the pattern of the fulfillment of professional teachers in Indonesia through professional teachers program. Higher education curriculum is a set of plan and arrangement for goals, content and materials of teaching and how they are used as the basis for learning activities to achieve the higher education goal. In Indonesia, Merdeka curriculum in higher education have probability to develop curriculum in PPG. We know that for area in Merdeka curriculum in higher education. First, call competition. Good competition is a Merdeka curriculum. We have goal, objective, graduate profile, competency, and learning outcome. But PPG, curriculum PPG, given by ministry, so that the PPG curriculum is provided by the government. Can the PPG curriculum be developed by university? The curriculum can be developed by university based on the university excellences. Curriculum PPG that develop an essential contents, developing competency, content supports, developer system, methods, strategic learning, and assessment in curriculum PPG. Next. Okay. Teacher Professional Education, or PPG program, is educational program after academic undergraduate program or applied graduate to hold teacher certificate for teaching in kindergarten formal education, primary education, and secondary education. The program is implemented and run by selected teachers, educational institution, which is managed strictly by the Minister of Research, Technology, and Higher Education, so that university can student given by ministry in Sebelas Maret University, TPA or PPG is a study program that managed by Faculty of Teacher and Training Education. Currently, there are 138 state and private teacher education institutions spread through the nation signed to establish TPE program. What innovation professional teacher education program? Next. The university can innovation of professional teacher education program. The university can reflection and assessment, can develop practical base at school, can collaborate program university and school, and develop recruitment and graduate profile on process root problem analysis. Teaching and learning program in PPDA in FKIP, perhaps that student can reflection in an assessment. Next. The curriculum or program PPG can develop with student TPA for novice teacher PPG or PPG by calon guru, or but TPA for existing teachers, we cannot develop material, we cannot develop a program because the student with learning material with LMS and the lecturers can do everything for the PA for existing teachers. Next. In the curriculum of PPG, we must develop multicultural in 27th century. Why multiple purpose is important? Because in education natures, we need collaboration. We need students have communication competency. We need students have critical thinking and problem solving. We need students have creativity and invention. Others say students have a global awareness, information and technology intelligence, and self-direction. The reason, by this reason, the student of PPG has competency on multicultures and important in 21st century. Why multicultural in preservative teacher program is important? One of strong element developing competency and life skill, soft skill, in Indonesia as multicultural society that include a wide variety of different cultural perspective regarding of value, local language, tribe, religion, and ethnic. By giving multicultural, prospective teachers have proper knowledge and professional skill to teach their students having respect and tolerance for all diverse culture. These topics can develop in PPG program because curriculum in PPG program have a material can the student develop how plan teaching and learning so that the student have a multicultural society. Mahasiswa atau students PPG learn plan teaching and learning have cultural response teaching. Student in PPG learn how to plan teaching and learning at teaching at the right level, so that student and preserve teacher program ini strongness element different competency about multicultural society and with variety of different cultural perspective and different characteristics of students. Okay. Foundation of multicultural and PTA program, we have the section. One, awareness of the importance of cultural diversity national and globally. The student train how to teach peace, multi cultures and different characteristics. PTA program have awareness that students have different characteristics in learning. And PPG curriculum support that students have competency to awareness that students have different characteristics in learning. In course assessment, teaching and assessment, one of material and course assessment and teaching and learning, we have some topic how to mix plan of learning by best different characteristic student. In PTA program, curriculum support that student awareness students have the same opportunities in education, so that in PPK program we have material assessment, diagnostic assessment. So diagnostic assessment have to purpose so teacher awareness students have the same opportunities in education. In school, students must have multicultural in school. Multicultural in school develop to integrated in intracurricular activity, put as local content curriculum. Extracurriculum activities such as pramuka, youth cross, cultural event can develop multicultural in school, and this is developed multicultural by teacher. Indicatively and project program for improvement student, one of area how to teachers can develop siswa to multiple culture. Community participation on multicultural Merdeka curriculum, we have several points. One, school committee, parents, industries, informal leaders, NGO, and other stakeholders are community participants on multicultural in curriculum Merdeka. In process of learning, we have experiential learning. Experiences can do how to student can experience learning based concrete experiment. The concrete experiment, they feeling to reflective characterization. This concrete experiment, they reflective this to abstract computational, and based these abstracts, they can active experiences to concrete experience. Process learning and learning in PPG have a step Merdeka. In step Merdeka is based a concrete experience that activity doing have the experience to reflexive observation. Per reflexive observation, a student can abstract computationalization and active experimentation. If the student have reflective learning, that reflective learning is way to promote high order thinking skill. Reflective learning is way to different possibility of action. Reflective learning is a way to stimulate create solution, and reflective learning is a way to create cohesiveness across classes. We have read this book, and this book, Teaching Reflective Learning in Higher Education, describe reflective learning, how to promote how to think skill, possible and action, and science. Okay. Curriculum Merdeka have 5 R. Reflective learning as a cyclus based reporting, responding, relating, reasoning, and reconstructing. If the cyclus ini run well, the student have reflective learning. If the student have reflective learning, they have a wholeheartedness, responsibility, and open mindset. If he or she open mindset, they have developed your knowledge. PPG, we have innovation PPG. PPG program, innovation in several aspects. Blended learning, process learning based root of problem analysis. Root of problem analysis purpose the student has reflective learning. If they self-regulated learning and ICT literacy, they have practical piece in school and competency assessment. We perhaps the student can develop your knowledge. In PPG curriculum, in course prinsip pengajaran and assessment 1 and 2 develop 2 competence. First, a student can learning how to plan teaching and learning based teaching at the right level and based CRT. In course seminar, we have one topic, how student design penyusunan desain pembelajaran, ya, develop design teaching and learning. The section in course seminar as probability, we can develop model on teaching and learning in PPG, so that we can develop teachers have a model strategy and methods to learn material with innovation education. Final notes. Indonesian as multicultural nation has already planned and implemented multicultural approach on curriculum research with teacher education program. However, the program needs some innovative strategy. Second, it is found that multicultural perspective shall be infused on research with teacher education curriculum. So far, it saw discrepancies between concept and policy and actualization of learning process in school. It is centered on national citizenship rather than global multicultural. On the MPKM curriculum, it seems that it shall be focused on reinforcing student competencies rather than competitiveness. Okay. Final notes 2. The approach of multicultural shall be moved by a knowledge base to lead bring change of positive behavior on national and global issue. It is important to spread student interest of multicultural of their own, then spread to regional, national, and global perspective. In the national curriculum, the spirit of multicultural can be cultivated in teaching learning activities in intracurricular, co-curricular, extracurricular, as well as on project for empowering profile pelajar Pancasila. It is still very possible to prepare professional science teacher through PPG because the PPG curriculum accommodate this need. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Imam Sujadi, who had shared with us about the general overview about the pre-service and also in-service teacher training in Indonesia. So I would like to just conclude a little bit about his presentation. So when we talk about the teacher training, I think we still have so many problems in Indonesia because we have a lot of children to be bring to the school. It means that we have a lot of teachers. We need a lot of teachers. We had also difficulties on our islands, as Dr. Imam said. In Indonesia, we have about how many islands? 17,000 islands and 13,000 inhabited islands. So it means we need a lot of transportation, we need a lot of internet connection. Dr. Imam showed us that we still have remote area that not, how to say, is difficult to catch the student or the kids there to be attend the education. And the second issue, that because we are multicultural of the country, we are pluralism, we diverse in about 300 ethnicities here and also about 400 languages. So it means we also need to put that issue in our teacher training system or curriculum. And the issue of multicultural that shared by Dr. Imam is not only about the culture itself, but also how to understand the student differences, the students' background, culture background, and also the habit of the students that teachers have to know. Okay, so we have about 15 minutes to discuss this issue. I believe that some of the participants in the on-site and also in the Zoom meeting has experiences on PPG or teacher training. So you may raise your hand if you have any question to share, and also any information or any idea, insight about teacher training, especially science teacher training in your perspective, please. Are there any questions from the participants in this room? I cannot check the Zoom meeting. Are there any questions from the Zoom meeting? The committee, could you please inform me if there are some questions from the Zoom meeting? Okay, no question from the online participants. What about the offline participants? If no question, it means that we have to ask you question. Sometimes during the lecture, we ask the students to ask question and no question. Okay, so the lecturer have question. Okay, please mention your name, your affiliation, and your question, sir. Please.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for attention. I'm Rozak Mustafa Lutfi from University Yogyakarta State. I'm as a teacher. I'm alumni of PPG Prajabatan. I'm follow PPG SM3T Prajabatan, dalam jabatan, and Mandiri. Not all, just information. I'm No. Alumni PPG have 10,000 not absorbed in ASN. I'm afraid the program PPG ini.
Yeah, I think it's okay to use bahasa Indonesia. Then I will translate to the audience.
Oh yes. I'm afraid graduate PPG not absorbed ethno will be decreased program PPG.
Pleased and honored to be.
Boleh pakai bahasa Indonesia saja.
Jadi maksud saya program PPG ini bagus. Ya, tapi kenyataannya banyak lulusan PPG sampai jumlahnya 10.000 kurang lebih datanya. Itu belum terserap ASN. Jadi lowongan yang dibuka dengan program PPG ini tidak tersalurkan. Jadi takutnya menjadikan program PPG ini makin menurun. Padahal program ini menurut saya bagus. Alumni PPG berprajabatan menurut saya tetap ada peningkatannya seperti itu. Mungkin ada evaluasi dari program PPG itu di alumninya, lebih bukan di pembelajarannya itu tadi. Terima kasih.
Okay, so Pak Imam will answer the question, but I need to translate because we have the participant. The committee informed me that there are some participants from overseas in our online. So the question is relates to the issue of the imbalance between the number of participants of teacher training, pre-service and also in-service teacher training, and the ability or the capability of the schools to have them or to involve them in the working places. It means there are imbalance on the number of the teachers that schools need in Indonesia. So there are so many, he mentioned that there are about 10,000 alumni do not absorbed by schools. So are there any policies or any evaluation, not about the curriculum, but about how to absorb or how to make all the teacher training, pre-service and in-service alumni will work in all schools in Indonesia. So there are no be unemployment again. Okay, tidak jadi pengangguran ya Pak.
Oke, terima kasih. Jadi begini Mas, terkait dengan kebijakan PPG itu ada perubahan pada tahun 2022. Kalau Anda nanti mencari di tahun 2002, semua lulusan tahun 2002 itu sudah diplotkan tugasnya di mana, apakah itu P3K ataupun PNS. Anda bisa mencari di informasi di saya bisa tadikan alamatnya nanti untuk bisa dicari sendiri gitu ya. Saya beri alamatnya. Hanya jadi masalah adalah mahasiswa lulusan PPG ini tidak mau menempati plotting yang ditentukan. Jadi di tahun 2022 saya sudah punya daftarnya. Semua mahasiswa yang kuliah di UNS tahun 2022, saya punya datanya bahwa yang bersangkutan itu sudah diplotkan di tempat-tempat sekolah baik SMP, SMA dan sebagainya. Hanya ketika pendaftaran CPNS maupun P3K, yang bersangkutan itu harusnya mendaftar di tempat yang sudah diplotkan itu. Jadi misalnya Anda diplotkan di Papua, gitu ya. Tetapi ketika ada pendaftaran, Anda daftarnya di Solo. Sehingga yang harusnya itu jatahnya di Papua itu, kalau Anda daftar itu lolos, begitu ya. Karena Solo diperebutkan oleh orang banyak, akhirnya ya kita tidak bisa masuk seperti itu. Nah, kemudian mulai tahun 2023, pendaftaran PPG itu sebelum mereka mendaftar, mereka itu sudah ditentukan besok mau mengabdi di mana. Jadi mahasiswa PPG yang tahun ini, tahun 2024 ini masuk, ini sebelum mereka kuliahnya di mana itu sudah tahu dulu, besok kalau lulus mau mengabdi di mana. Kalau mengabdi di Solo Raya, berarti kuliahnya ya di UNS. Kalau pengen mengabdi di Makassar, ya kuliahnya di Makassar. Jadi kebijakan mulai tahun 2024 ini, pendaftaran PPG itu disesuaikan dengan formasi tempat kebutuhan dari daerah itu seperti apa. Dengan harapan kalau sudah milih tempatnya, mereka akan mau menempati itu. Karena di tahun 2022, dari yang diplotkan itu yang ditempati hanya 60% dari jatah yang ada. Jadi sekarang PPG itu dasarnya adalah kebutuhan. Jadi kalau tahun depan ada pendaftaran PPG, sudah ada dulu daftarnya. Jawa Tengah itu misalnya guru kimia yang purna berapa, butuhnya berapa, maka Jawa Tengah itu hanya nerima sejumlah mahasiswa kimia, sejumlah kebutuhan di Jawa Tengah itu untuk tahun berikutnya lagi. Maka kalau milih Jawa Tengah, maka kuliahnya ya bisa di UNES, bisa di UNS, bisa di perguruan tinggi yang lain yang ada di wilayah Jawa Tengah itu. Nah, harapannya adalah nanti kalau lulus yang daftar di tempat yang ada itu. Memang tidak ada yang bisa jamin 100%, tetapi kalau ngikuti plot itu, GTK mengatakan datang 99% insya Allah bisa lolos sesuai dengan plot itu kalau ngikuti plot dari awal. Nah, saat ini yang tahun 2022 yang belum masuk di plot 2023 sudah ada daftarnya Mas saat ini. Bahwa yang 2022 belum punya tempat itu, 2023 itu sudah diplotkan. Nah, permasalahannya adalah apakah nanti plot itu ditempati. Anda diplotkan di Merauke, nggak mau, terus daftar CPNS-nya di Klaten. Ya sudah, nanti akhirnya Klaten itu banyak yang ngikuti, tapi yang mungkin di Papua kurang formasi yang dibutuhkan. Jadi perbaikan terkait dengan lulusan saya pikir sudah, dan mulai tahun ini ada KPD, Konsorsium Pendidikan Daerah. Itu yang nanti akan bekerja sama dengan universitas. Kami Jawa Tengah itu butuh guru ini saja. Maka PPG yang jalan adalah PPG yang sesuai dengan formasi pegawai yang ada. Kira-kira mungkin seperti itu jawaban saya.
Okay, so I just want to briefly translate the information from Dr. Imam. So we have policies. The first one is in 2022 that all the candidates or all the alumni of TPA have been plotted in some areas of Indonesia, but the problem is the alumni of TPA do not want to take the plot. It means that, for example, if they have been plotted in the remote area, they do not want to take it. So Dr. Imam said that about 60% of the candidates do not want to 60% want to be plotted in that area, but the rest is they do not want to. So the next policy, there are changes in the policy in 2023 and 24 that all the candidates of TPA have to register in the universities that offer of TPA program where they want to be a teacher in that area. So it means that if you want to be a teacher in Papua, it means that you have to register in some university offer the TPA in that area. So through that policies, the government hope that all alumni or all TPA participants students and also alumni will work based on the vacancy or the position of the teachers in each region. And there is also consortium of education from regional side that will discuss about the needs and also the demands of teachers in each region. So I think that's the answer. Is it okay? Right. Are there any questions regarding the presentation of Dr. Imam about, okay, yeah, please.
Terima kasih atas waktu yang telah diberikan. Perkenalkan, nama saya Noval Zaki Rivaldi dari FKIP UNS. Izin bertanya kepada Bapak Imam. Saya kan dari lulusan pendidikan nih Pak. Saya tuh sebenarnya seperti kayak dilematis. Kenapa setelah kita itu lulus di program studi pendidikan, kita itu harus mengikuti PPG, dan PPG itu juga tidak harus dari program studi pendidikan, tapi juga murni itu bisa. Kenapa pemerintah itu tidak memberikan kebijakan atau membuat kurikulum di mana setelah kita istilahnya kita kan sudah kuliah di jurusan pendidikan, kenapa tidak kurikulum-kurikulum yang ada di PPG itu masuk di dalam pendidikan? Kenapa kita harus menambah lagi perkuliahan yang sudah kita lewati? Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mas Nova. He is a student of the Faculty of Teacher Training, Sebelas Maret University. His question is about why the alumni of Teacher Training and Education have to join the TPA. 1 year TPA. Mas Nova believe that they already learn about teacher training and also how to teach pedagogical things, so why they still need to attend the TPA. And the second question, why the government do not involve the curriculum of TPA in the Faculty of Teacher Training instead of making a new 1 year TPA? Okay, bye.
Ya, terima kasih Mas Nova. Yang pertama, kenapa harus ada PPG tadi? Itu karena di tahun 2005, guru itu adalah profesi. Karena ada undang-undang guru itu adalah profesi, maka untuk menjadi guru harus mengikuti pendidikan profesi. Intinya itu. Jadi S1 hukum, misalnya begitu, dia tidak akan bisa jadi notaris, karena notaris itu adalah profesi, sehingga mereka harus mengikuti pendidikan profesi itu. Dokter S1 juga belum bisa jadi dokter, harus mengikuti pendidikan profesi dokter. Seperti itu kenapa harus ada PPG, itu adalah salahnya kita bahwa itu adalah profesi. Yang kedua, kenapa kok yang lulusan non-dik diperbolehkan untuk mendaftar di PPG, itu ya. Nah ini karena sama di undang-undang guru dan dosennya seperti itu. Maka yang akan bisa mengubah itu adalah DPR. Kalau DPR itu akan mengubah undang-undang itu, ya itu yang akan bisa dilakukan, karena kementerian hanya menjalankan undang-undang yang sudah ditetapkan oleh DPR itu. Jadi kalau pengen diubah ya beramai-ramailah untuk minta wakil rakyat kita itu untuk mengubah itu, supaya nanti memang pendidikan profesi itu ya bisa berasal dari pendidikan itu saja, bukan yang lainnya, begitu ya. Karena misalnya begini, meskipun bidan itu di kampung lebih laku daripada dokter, Tapi bidan itu tidak bisa ngambil profesi dokter. Kita itu misalnya ahli bisa ngitung pajak ya dengan bagus begitu, tapi kita tidak akan bisa ngambil profesi pajak. Nah, guru ini anehnya ya tadi, ya jadi ada bukan pendidikan tetapi bisa mendaftar menjadi profesi pendidik. Tapi itu adalah undang-undang, ya maka nanti kalau misalnya ada pemilu tahun depan 5 tahun yang akan datang, siapa wakil rakyat yang mau memikirkan itu kita tanyakan. Mungkin begitu saja Mas ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, so I think the issue is about the license. To be a teacher, we need a license. To be a doctor, we need a license. And also to be a lawyer, we need a license. So because according to our regulation in 2005, Undang-Undang Profesi Guru dan Dosen, so there is a regulation in 2005 about the profession of teachers and lecturer. It mentioned that teacher is one of the profession in Indonesia, one of the occupation. So when we want to be a teacher, it means that we have to attend the training. The 1-year training is similar, is analog with law student. If they want to be lawyer or notariate or any kind of activity profession in the law, they have to attend the professional training. And also the same with the doctoral students. For undergraduate doctoral students, they cannot do medical activity without attending the training. So that's the reason why all 4-year undergraduate faculty of teacher training students have to attend 1-year professional training to have the license as a teacher. So that's the answer from Dr. Imam. If we want to change the regulation, then we have to approach our people council in Jakarta or in Surakarta, and I think students have voice to say something to our government to make more, to make the wise regulation for all students from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think we already run out the time, so I'm very sorry that I only open 2 questions. Thank you very much to Dr. Imam. Give applause to Dr. Imam. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so now I just want to ask the committee to prepare the recorded presentation of Professor Charles Sinclair Taylor. So, how many minutes the video must? Berapa? 40. Okay, we have to quickly see the video. It's 40 minutes video about STEM teachers embracing arts to develop students' higher order capabilities for resolving global sustainability crisis. So first, I just want to introduce who is Professor Taylor. So Professor Taylor is, can we see the curriculum vitae of him? Bisa ditunjukkan curriculum vitae-nya, Mas? Okay, let me do. It made me nervous. Wait for a while. Okay. Yeah. So he's currently a director of International Transformative Education and Research Network, ITERN, and also he's a young professor at Murdoch University School of Education, and also during 3 decades at Curtin University Graduate Center of Science and Mathematics Education. He's also developed art-based model of research as transformative learning, designed to engage teachers and teacher educators in exploring their cultural histories, reconceptualizing their professional practices, and developing their agency as inspiring leaders of education for sustainable development. He is also work with Professor Bai Chandra Luitel to do research as transformative learning for sustainable futures, global voices and visions, which had been published in April 2019. And he also been invited in a lot of conferences as a keynote speakers and supervised about 46 doctoral theses, 7 Master of Philosophy theses, and the rest is 100 Master of Education project. His research interests about how to integrate ethics into mathematics education and also into science education using generative AI. And he's also do a lot of works on transformative STEM education. Okay, so we are ready now to look at the recorded of Professor Peter presentation. Okay, Mas?
Hello, I'm very pleased and honoured to be speaking to you today about STEM teachers embracing the arts in order to develop students' higher order capabilities to help them to resolve global sustainability crises. I'll be drawing on this recently edited book, Transformative STEAM Education for Sustainable Development, International Perspectives and Practices. This is co-edited with Dr. Elizabeth Taylor, Associate Professor at University of Notre Dame in Fremantle, Western Australia. So everything that I say to you and much, much more you can find in the chapters of this book. We cover a whole range of levels of education from elementary through to postgrad, including teacher education, and there are examples, practical examples from a range of countries, and you'll notice that Indonesia is one of those contributors. My background is STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. My first degree was in physics with minor studies in biology, chemistry and mathematics. And I became a science teacher in a secondary school, both in Australia and in the UK, before entering postgraduate studies and embracing a PhD in science education, science teacher education actually, the professional development of teachers. So I have a strong background in valuing STEM outcomes and processes, and I share with you the benefits that we all have from the whole range of technologies that are now available to us. Unfortunately, there's been a downside, a side effect to the development of STEM. We seem to have weaponized STEM in many ways, and the impact on our natural environment has become quite problematic. So there's this era that we've moved into now, from the Holocene into what's called the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is about our footprint, our human footprint as a metaphor on the global environment. It's now become so large and active that it rivals some of the great forces of nature in its impact on the functioning of the Earth system. We are, in fact, negatively impacting natural systems such as the marine environment, the atmosphere, the soils, the rivers, but more than that, we're also impacting our cultures, and that's something that I really want to illustrate in the next couple of minutes. So there's no end of what we call global sustainability crises, and reports have been coming out over many years now about the negative impact we're having on, for example, the climate of the planet. Also on the pollution of plastics, waste plastics in the riverine and marine environments. The subsequent loss of biodiversity as a result of impacting, deforestating our forests, and the loss of cultural diversity as a result of this globalization process. And all of these global crises are interlinked, they're not standalone. They all influence one another. That announces the arrival of the latest global sustainability crisis. Although artificial intelligence has many great promises, it also brings with it many threats. It lies outside of the scope of today's talk, except for the fact that to address this crisis and the well-established ones, we need to enhance our sense of moral responsibility by developing our moral values, particularly the ethical values of our students. Let me give you a couple of examples of what's going on here. The plastic pollution crisis, each year at least 8 million tonnes of plastics leak into the ocean, and that's the equivalent of dumping the contents of one garbage truck into the ocean every minute. The ocean's expected to contain a tonne of plastic for every 3 tonnes of fish by next year, and by 2050 more plastics than fish by weight. And of course this is having a terrible impact on the creatures that live in the marine environment, and also on us actually, because plastics become small particles when they decompose, and we start to ingest them because they're part of the food chain. So we ingest them. We also breathe them in through the air, and we're now finding that nanoplastics are finding their way inside our bodies and lodging there, and also most recently inside our brains. So this is quite an escalating dire crisis. I use cartoons occasionally to illustrate the poignancy of the problem, and I'll just let you breathe this one in for a moment. This is an example of using the arts in STEM education, and that's really the focus of this talk today. How can we make STEM education more responsible towards sustaining the natural environment? And I think the arts will provide us with methods of doing so. The biodiversity crisis is upon us as well. Back in 1970, our ecological footprint, that is our impact or influence on the Earth, was relatively small. The Earth could regenerate. But today, if everybody on Earth wanted to consume and lead these 21st century lifestyles of the middle class, we'll find that we're overusing the Earth's biocapacity by at least 56%. So we need at least one more planet to sustain our current lifestyles. And I'm not too sure where that other planet is coming from. I don't think Mars is very promising at this early point in development. Biodiversity crisis. Here's this beautiful orangutan with its mother, with its baby, sitting in the forest, or what's left of it, in that little orange dot there up in northern Sumatra. Now, that little orange dot used to be much bigger, much bigger. And since the development of the forests as places of logging and agriculture, that habitat has been reduced from what it was originally 100 years ago to only 2.5% today. So this ecosystem is falling apart, failing, and this example of a leading member of the environment, the ecosystem, is in dire threat of losing its grip, its place on the Earth's surface. This is just one example of many species around the world that have either gone extinct or are about to become extinct. And I'm not just picking on Indonesia here, because Australia is just as guilty in deforesting and creating extinction of our prized species, native species. The other impact that we're having with our global crises is the cultural diversity crisis. There are over 7,000 languages spoken today. So what's the vitality of these languages? You can see here that over 3,000 of them are actually endangered. Australia has 214 living Indigenous languages. We've lost almost a half of those since colonisation back in the 1700s. Indonesia is much more culturally diverse with 704, and you've lost 14 already. But as the argument says, losing one is more than we need. Every time a language disappears, a speaking voice also disappears. A way to make sense of reality disappears. A way to interact with nature disappears. And a way to describe and name animals and plants also disappears. So this is having somewhat of a profound effect on the way in which we can draw upon the natural world to support our lifestyles. And as an example, we look at the extinction of Indigenous languages leading to the loss of medicinal plant knowledge. A study at the University of Zurich shows that a large proportion of existing medicinal plant knowledge is linked to threatened Indigenous languages. In a regional study on the Amazon, New Guinea and North America, researchers concluded that 3/4 of medicinal plant uses are known in only one language. So modern medical development relies very, very strongly upon the resource materials in the natural world, and the wisdom of the traditions of Indigenous peoples is a really important resource for us. But if we lose those Indigenous knowledge systems, we're in danger of losing those natural resources. UNESCO has come to the rescue to some extent by declaring the International Decade of Indigenous Languages from 2022 to 32. So it's an opportunity to draw on their resources, which are online, to see how we can make that contribution. So here's just a range of images to illustrate these global sustainability crises across a whole range of diverse interests. And the argument is that this is due to the Anthropocene, the anthropogenic influence, human-induced, not natural, but human-induced because of our footprint. So we often regard ourselves as the highest form of life on the planet, having evolved from the oceans through various iterations, but unfortunately we've become what I believe is the apex predator of the biosphere, the way in which we're rubbishing the Mother Earth. And this is really a serious issue that we need in education to be addressing, to help our students to develop the knowledge and skills to turn this around quickly. So there's a professional challenge for all STEM educators is how can we transform what we call the standard model of teaching and learning in order to engage our students in transformative STEAM education to resolve these global sustainability crises. Now you'll notice that there's a red A in STEM, and that represents the arts, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about. How can we do that? So the standard model is the model that I experienced mostly at school, but certainly at university when I was doing my teacher training. Came into the classroom, sat down, didn't speak, just copied everything that the lecturer wrote up on the board. In those days, we had overhead projectors. I think we gone beyond that, but the technology changes, but the pedagogy unfortunately doesn't. So, in many cases, so what we've got here is a passive audience of students learning about the world outside the university, out here in the outer world. School students, university students, not focusing on their own personal development, but, excuse me while I just answer that phone. Sorry, that wasn't meant to happen. So the argument that I'm making here is that we help our students in STEM areas to develop their objective knowledge, not about themselves, but about the world beyond them. And that is really insufficient. That's how we've come to the state that we're in today. This is a sort of an ethical and moral-free education system, and we really need to do much more than that. So what about their inner worlds? How can we help students to develop their values, for example? And we don't do it like this. When the student sort of points out a problem in the world, a significant problem, such as a global sustainability crisis, what's the response from the teacher? First, concentrate on your maths homework. It's most important to focus on the objective knowledge. Now, you know, I will argue that that's important, but it's necessary but not sufficient. The transformative model of education that we've developed over the last many years, particularly in higher education, is to help our students to do both, to develop their understanding of the outer world, but also to develop their inner worlds, their subjectivities, by bringing into the classroom and making good use of their lived experiences, their connectedness with community, with family, with the natural world, but to help them to develop their ethical values, or if you like, moral capabilities, their sense of aesthetics. What is it that can we help them to learn to love the natural world? And creativity, we really need creative problem solvers to go beyond standard models, to embrace the new complex and critical aspects of the global sustainability crises. So our students are the future world leaders, community leaders, national leaders, world leaders. They need to have the skills developed at school, at the university, particularly if they're teachers going out to teach students in schools. They need to be much more holistically developed. Holistic knowledge, skills and values, both the objectivity and the subjectivity are equally important. The OECD recently released a report, The Future of Education and Skills 2030. And in that there is a vision of education for sustainable development, which I think can be very, very helpful for us in the STEM field. Students who have the capacity to take responsibility for their actions have a strong moral compass. That's a very strong metaphor, a moral compass. It helps them to point themselves in the right direction. It allows for considered reflection, working with others, and respecting the planet. And I'm going to explain why those are important as we go along here. I'm drawing on this theory of transformative learning, and basically what it means is that we help our students from all levels of education to become consciously and reflectively aware of what are their framing ideas, values, beliefs, etc. So often we just act out of habit, the way we've been encultured in a behaviouristic sense, without thinking about why we act that way. You know, you go to the shop, you take a plastic bag, you take it home, throw it in the rubbish bin. You don't think about it. But there are really important consequences of not thinking about things. You perpetuate, in this case, contributing to global sustainability crisis. So what we want our students to do through transformative learning is to become critically aware of the way in which they are framed by economic, cultural, social influences and values and ideas, and to try to break free from that. And I think the metaphor of the caterpillar becoming a butterfly is a very important one here. So transformative learning that we've distilled from a whole range of scholarship throughout the 20th century, it's multidisciplinary. It draws on all those disciplines, and here's just a few examples of leading scholars whose work we bring into the foreground to help us to develop our transformative learning approach to education for sustainable development. And you may well already have read a number of these people. particularly John Dewey, a very popular figure who focuses on helping students to develop their lived experience, and many, many more. From this huge range of scholarship, what we have done is developed 5 significant transformative learning capabilities, higher order capabilities, that we want our students to be developing from elementary all the way to postgraduate. So here they are briefly, as I said earlier, they're explained in depth in our book. Cultural self-knowing, which I've touched on a moment ago, about understanding how one is framed socially, economically and culturally. Relational knowing, this is such an important issue. If we're going to have world peace, both between cultures and between cultures and the natural environment, we need to be able to develop tolerance, respect, mutual respect and connection, so that we can share ideas and learn from others. And the other aspect of this is engaging with the natural world, reconnecting with the natural world. And there are many different ways to do that, from school gardens to fieldwork exercises. We need to help empower our students to know that all of the barriers that are currently in place that seem to be impossible to change can be changed, because they're put there by humanity. They're not privileged above humanity, but there are economic, philosophical, political drivers that help to create the world as we see it. And these things have been changed over millennia, and they can still be changed. And what we need to do is help our students to develop a vision about their ethical values that help them with their imagination to imagine that the world could be a better place. They can help to make a difference. And beyond could be, we want our students to think it should be done. We should be making a contribution. And there's the ethics, the moral compulsion, the should. The could is what's possible, the should is what must happen. So we want our students to develop these ethical values that the world needs to be saved from us, basically, the weaponisation of STEM. Now, you can't just armchair theorise about this. You've got to give our students opportunities to put this into practice and to develop their agencies. That is a sense that I can do this, I can make a contribution, it's within my powers to do so. But of course, I don't want to just do this by myself, isolated. I want to do it in teamwork. I want to be involved in collaborative decision making, creative problem solving, etc., etc. So there are a whole range of these skills that we need to develop in our students who are studying in the STEM education area. So what we have then is this challenge, the standard model supplemented by transformative learning capabilities. So we're looking at developing curricula, assessment and teaching methods that sit in this intersection between the two aspects of developing disciplinary knowledge on the one hand and developing our students' transformative learning capabilities on the other hand. And here's where the arts are essential. They're so helpful. We've been using the arts in our postgraduate research programs, master's programs, doctoral programs over many years now to engage our students, our doctoral students who are teachers, and their university teachers as well. And I'll illustrate a few of those in just a moment, so that they can, I mean, there's an aphorism that says, you cannot teach what you haven't learned. So a good teacher is a good learner. And by bringing our students into postgraduate studies and giving them the opportunity to develop both their inner subjective selves as well as the focus on their outer work, it helps them to develop as people. So the liberal arts, natural sciences, social sciences, creative arts and humanities provide us with a huge range of possibilities in order to draw methods out and involve them in helping to develop our students' imagination, to inspire them, to help them to appreciate that it's important to embrace the beauty and spirituality of the natural world, to be able to communicate, particularly if they're going to be teachers in schools, to be able to express and persuade others, and of course, most importantly, to develop their a sense of eco-justice and social justice, their ethical values and moral compulsion. So you can't just do this with the standard tools in the standard model of STEM education. You need to reach out to the arts in particular to bring methods to bear so that you can actually do transformative STEAM education. Now, the arts is not a mystery. It's all around us. Every culture celebrates the arts, learns to become more fully human through the arts. And these are some of the methods that we have been and can bring into our STEM education, our STEM teaching, and to engage our students so that we integrate arts methods into STEM education to create what we call STEAM education. It's a process of integration. It's not a recipe, it's not a prescription, there's not one way to do it, and that's the exciting thing about it. It depends on your context, it depends on your curriculum, it depends on your teaching program, it depends on a lot of things. And I'm going to illustrate how this has been done by some significant teachers that we've been working with. So as I said earlier, everything that I've said so far, and much, much, much more, this is a short talk, is embedded in our book, both the rationale for STEM education and examples by teachers at different levels of education who've embraced transformative learning and brought it into their teaching practice to help their students to develop this important set of ethical values associated with sustainable development. So one example here is Sue Girac. She was doing her PhD with Professor Jeff Lummis at Edith Cowan University. Sue is not a STEM educator as such, but she became one. She was an art teacher and she loves the natural marine environment. One of the things that really troubles her is the fact that the beautiful coral reefs here, ecosystems, because of climate change and the acidification of the oceans, they result in this, a bleach, dead ecosystem. And this is happening all around Australia, it's happening all around the world because of climate change, primarily. Why climate change? Well, that's something that I would encourage you to look into, the connection between fossil fuel emissions going into the atmosphere and the impact that has on the oceans. So Sue was concerned about helping her students in junior high school to develop a set of understandings and moral values about the importance of contesting climate change. So she was working with her art students and they made coral sculptures from clay. And here's some examples. She asked the students to look at the photos of the Barrier Reef, the Great Barrier Reef of Australia, and to model some of the sculptures. So when you work with wet clay, you then put it in the kiln to bake it, and it goes hard. And it comes out in this white form. And the students got really excited and said, "Oh, can we paint them, miss, so that we can make them look like real corals?" And she said, no. "Oh, why not, miss?" "Because what I want you to do is to understand the impact of climate change on the natural environment. And this is a good evidence, this is a good illustration of that evidence. And what we're going to do is not stop here, but we're going to help your parents to understand this as well." So Sue organised an exhibition, and the parents came to the school to witness what their children had done. And that by that stage, the children had developed an understanding. They developed some of these transformative learning capabilities, and they were able to communicate their concerns about the impact of climate change on the Great Barrier Reef. So this was a really good community education program. Ray Williams and Tim Mania. Ray is a maths teacher, Tim is head of English, and they decided that they needed to engage their advanced Year 9 maths class students in developing these transformative learning capabilities about the natural environment, about sustainability. So they collaborated, they co-taught in the same classroom, which is quite unique in many ways. It's an independent school, independent curriculum, so they had a lot of power and control over what they were teaching. And so they found a teaching resource, which is a book. Here's a couple of pages from the book. Perhaps surprisingly for STEM educators, There are no formulae, no maths. There are no words. It's purely images. It's a picture book. And over about 10 or 15 pages, looking through that window, you see a transition, a slow transition from the natural world, the forest, through to this final page here, which is an urbanised environment. The forest has virtually disappeared, and along with it, we've lost the ecosystem, we've lost the plants, we've lost the animals. What it's been replaced with is people, and introduced pets and technology. So Ray had his students extract data from those images and plot them to see, for example, the increase in population or the increase in number of animals and the decrease in the number of trees. And they entered this data into their graphics calculators, which were then able to produce these graphical functions. Now, and that gave a sense of the mathematical sense of the impact on the environment of urban development and the lack of sustainability going on here with the natural environment. What Tim did as the head of English was he got his students to write narratively about their learning experience. How did it feel? What were they learning? What did they not know? What did they come to realise that they didn't realise before? What values came out into the foreground for them? And they got to discuss this in class with each other. And so at the end of the day, students presented a report which was a combination of the mathematical analyses and the narrative analyses. So quite an unusual but very powerful approach to teaching students about helping them to develop these transformative learning capabilities. And again, much more detail in the chapter in the book, chapter 13. Back over here, closer to home for you guys in Surabaya, Dr. Neni Mariana at UNISA was working with her Master of Teaching student, Tricia. Tricia was going to become a primary school teacher. Now, she has a background in as a teacher of cultural dance. And here's a little photograph of some of her students that she teaches dressed up in their cultural costumes. This is an arche dance. Now, unfortunately for Tricia, she's going to become a primary school, elementary school teacher, but she actually dislikes mathematics. There's a well-known syndrome called mathematical anxiety, which can become mathematics phobia. And if you suffer from that as a teacher, what do you reckon is going to be the impact on your students when you teach them mathematics? You won't be teaching it with interest or enthusiasm or passion. You're probably going to be quite reluctant, and that will enhance the sense of objectivity rather than engage the students' subjectivities, which is what we're trying to do here. So Neni suggested that Tricia video record her teaching of one of these traditional dances, and having done that, analyse the video for its mathematics. And when Tricia did that, she discovered that there was a lot of embedded numerical and geometrical concepts. And down here, you can see some of the movements, the patterns of dance. So she then had this newfound discovery about the connection between mathematics on the one hand and Indigenous culture and knowledge systems on the other hand. So she then developed this approach to teaching what we call ethno-mathematics. So in teaching mathematics in school, it can be linked to cultural values and practices out of school. And my last example here will be Piang Mendalam, a chemistry teacher in a school in Konkan University attached to Konkan University itself. And she did a PhD study with Dr. Chokchai Yuanyong. Here she is over here in the chem lab. Now, classic place for objective teaching and knowledge, but Piang wanted to bring into her teaching practice a sense of her concern about the dilemma that is happening in Thailand in terms of traditional practices having a negative impact on the environment because of the development and use of plastics. So traditionally in Thailand, once a year, there's an offering to the gods, and people have been floating these offerings in local river systems. Now that's okay if they're all made from organic material because they decompose and rot. Unfortunately, what's happened in recent times is that these offerings have become plastic. beautiful little plastic creations that people then go and float down the river. And guess what? They don't dissolve, they don't decompose, they simply add to the huge load of plastics floating in our rivers today, which go into the oceans and then decompose into smaller pieces and create problems with the food chain. So she thought, I'm teaching the students a unit on plastics, but I also need to teach them about the dangers of plastics and the alternatives that they can be involved in developing. So she took them through a process of what we call storing, and that's explained deeply in the chapter, and then got them into the laboratory and helped them to explore the development of biodegradable plastics from organic materials, such as cassava, which is a plant that is used as a vegetable, and perhaps that's also the case in Indonesia. So the students got actively involved in exploring and problem solving and project-based learning, in developing their ethical values aligned with eliminating plastic pollution in the environment. So I'm pleased to say that everything that I've said and much more in this presentation can be found in our book. And I'm also pleased to say that 2 of the chapters are free to download, because we've talked to the publisher and we've got some open source operating here on chapter 1, which is the overview, and on chapter 4, which is a good example of Dr. Elizabeth Taylor's own practice at the university in helping her students become STEM teachers. So she's embedded STEAM teaching practices and methods in her own teacher education program. And I think you'll find that most inspiring. So I'll leave it with this. The Earth Charter, it's an extract from this wonderful report, which says that the choice is ours. We can form a global partnership to care for the Earth and one another, because we're all part of the same system here, or we can risk the destruction of ourselves and the diversity of life, and that's being well illustrated. That is well underway. That's well progressed. And probably you shouldn't use the word well because it sounds good, but it's not. We've progressed to a point where we really need to address these issues, and it's been recognised politically all around the world, but we do need more than politics here. We need education. So fundamental changes are needed in our values, importantly, not just knowledge, but values, because that's what drives our actions in our institutions, such as universities, and in our ways of living at home and in local communities. We must realise that when basic needs have been met, human development is primarily about being more fully human, being a more concerned, morally astute person, not simply consuming, not simply having more, which seems to be the result of our economic systems. So the individual might say, but what can I do? I'm just an individual here, and this is a global issue. Well, we can inspire our students with ethical visions and values, and to engage them in practical applications in the school place and out of the school place. I like this quote from Howard Zinn: small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. That is the importance of relational knowing, in connecting, in communicating, and in collaborating creatively. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I will leave it there. Best wishes. I hope you can join in this really important enterprise to help develop our students' higher learning capabilities that will enable them to become agents of transformative change on our planet. Bye now.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Taylor. We have to send him a message. Oh, right. So there will be no Q&A session, but I just want to conclude the presentation of Professor Taylor. As we know that currently, I think all the science classes or mathematics classes in the world, including Indonesia, are adopted STEM approach in all classes. But what Professor Taylor showed us today is about to improve the learning situation or learning experiences for the students. Previously, we focusing on how to teach a lot of theory, a lot of knowledge to our students without bring them to experience a real situation or a real world. So Professor Taylor introduced us about the outer world and inner world, means that there are a lot of things that students need to know to be one of citizen of the earth, the member of the earth, and then to be able to solve so many problems in our world. So including one of the issues that previous speaker, Dr. Nuwat, introduced about plastic issue, plastic pollution, biodiversity crisis, and also cultural crisis. So cultural crisis, I think, is, I didn't think about culture, including language crisis. So it's make me a little bit shocked about every time there is one language disappear from our world. In Indonesia, I think we also experienced that. We believe that before the government counts about how many local languages in Indonesia, we already lost a lot of local language, and nowadays students, our kids do not speak mother language because of that issue. So, well, really important to think about the cultural loss or the cultural crisis. And the art, to put the art on STEM education, on STEM education, there are so many things that we are able to put in our lessons to introduce the students to be more attract with the real situation. For example, there are a lot of examples that Professor Taylor with the teams from any countries show us how to put to introduce the students about mathematics, geometry by introducing or by give them many real experiences about dancing, about the I also a little bit share with you that I also use so many how to say, regularity in our surrounding. For example, if you look at to this plant, you may see there are so many symmetricity, there are so many regularity in that case. So I think students do not just learn mathematics in their class, but they may also learn from animals, from plants surrounding them. So I think that's all. We already now at 12:39. So I know that you are all very hungry. So the lunch break already set up. So thank you very much for joining this session. And I would like to apologize for any inconveniences for this session. Thank you very much and see you in the next future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for Mrs. Muni for the amazing discussions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we big round of applause to our wonderful speakers. On behalf of the organizing committee, we express our gratitude for your stay here to join the conference. It's a great honor to serve all of you. And see you at the ICOSETH 2025. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.